All right, team. Good morning. Good morning. Nobody remind me about the Astros. I do not want to be reminded about the Astros. We still got multiple games to play, and so it's all good. But nobody remind me about the Astros, please. Today is the Fed rate hike decision. We will see what happens today. Let me know what you guys think the Fed will do in terms of raising rates. How much will they raise rates today? Let me know what you think the Fed will do. The rate hike decision is today. It will be today. And hopefully that goes well. How much do you think the Fed will raise rates? We're going to be streaming that later on today as well. $75 hawkish tone. I think 75. Hopefully not a hawkish tone though. The FOMC meeting's at 2 p.m. today, guys. 2 p.m. Can y'all hear the music? Let me know if you can. You should be able to. Let me know if you can. Yeah, it's 2 p.m. It's going to be 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. Is 75 bearish or neutral? Well, that's a subjective thing. We don't know how the market's going to respond to that. A lot of people are considering that neutral because that's what the analysts are expecting. All right, so here is the poll today. How much will the Fed raise rates today? 50 basis points, 75 basis points, 100 basis points, or something else? Vote on the poll. Let me know what you guys think. But 75 cannot be taken as bullish. Well, it depends, man. It's all relative to expectations here. This is the first thing you got to understand about these Fed decisions is they're all relative to expectations. Okay, so if we're expecting 75 and we do 75, it's not going to be interpreted as positive, but it will be interpreted as neutral. If we do 50, it'll be interpreted as positive because it's better than expected. If we do 100, it'll be interpreted as negative because it's worse than expected. It's generally how they go. Not always, though, of course, but that's generally how they go. All right, guys. AMD is up to 62.30, so AMD is at a really nice reaction to earnings here. We got the SPY today, mostly neutral, pretty close to break even. Big red day yesterday. I think 50 because of Ewan's request. What happens? The market should be moving today. Well, no, the markets are actually going to be slow today, probably. We never know for sure, but the markets generally are slow during these Fed rate hike decisions. At least as the decision approaches, the market is going to be slow, and then once the decision is made, it'll kind of spike the market back up. That's generally how it goes. So at first it's slow, um, and then it gets better after that, basically. All right. Yeah, what's up, Tony? Short's been taking advantage of these rate hikes. Been too easy. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to continue in that direction though. I hope we get something good. All right, guys. So yeah, AMD down there. We're gonna put up 3 so we can look at the dollar index as well. Dollar index today is gonna be relevant to see what happens with all this stuff anyway. So dollar index is at 111.90s right now. So we're watching that, or 111.19s. I mean, so this morning, again, a lot of the time ahead of these big Fed rate decisions, we get kind of choppy neutral action. 2 to 3 years from now, this price action will be irrelevant if you could buy and hold tech stocks, especially. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I 100% agree with that. They're going to announce the decision at 2 p.m. So at 2 p.m. today, they're going to announce the Fed rate hike decision. So you know, it'll be interesting to watch. I certainly think that's the case, though, where I think that most of the money that's going to be made over the next 10 years or so is from this Fed decision. Or not from this Fed decision. It's from stocks dropping and people just buying the dip up right now. I never understood betting long-term short on anything. I always think that's a sucker's bet. The only thing that works on, in my opinion, is specific brands that are obviously vulnerable, like clothing brands or like seasonal items. You know what I mean? Like that is fine if you want to short it, not even long term, but if you want to hold it for 6 months and write it down, that's fine. I never understood doing that with any large blue chip company, which means I don't understand most of Twitter because most of Twitter is frankly shorts apparently to all these different companies like Snapchat and you know, again, most of them are just wildly wrong is what I've noticed. They're just wildly wrong. They'll never admit it. Every year they'll bet the market's going to crash, and then when it doesn't, they just kind of, you know, pivot to something else. In the end, the markets, everything that's cheap right now, like Disney, you know, I bought Disney at 91, Snapchat at 7, high 7s, you know, all this stuff, right? And Disney's now at 106. Snapchat is now sitting at 1020s. You know, I could go on it on Google right now. Is all the way. Google didn't really do much. Google kind of pivoted back down to 90s, but that's fine. I already made my money with it. Amazon is all the way back up to 97.20s. And so every single one of these is much higher, you know, or was much higher where I took profit. And so it's like, if you look at most of these stocks, most of these tech stocks specifically, they're going to rebound over the next few years, like almost without question, you know, like they might have short term, even if they drop more this year, they're still probably going to rebound over the next 3 years, you know? And so some of the cheapest discounts you're going to get in the market are tech right now. Like, you got to just ignore the bears that are telling people it's all doom and gloom and that they're all going to go to zero or whatever they want to say. I don't know. These are large blue chip healthy companies that make tons of money. They're not going to zero. And so you got to just look at them like such and then hold them. That's the biggest edge you can find in the market, you know. Most of the time when I meet people outside of the stream that know the stream, because sometimes I will meet people that know of this stream, you know. Sometimes I will meet people that know about this, and I always tell them the same thing. The same thing I always tell anybody I know in real life. I say, hey, look, day trading is all exciting, and I get that. But the easiest money to be made is waiting for blue chip healthy companies to get destroyed short term and just buying and sitting on those for a couple years. Easiest money to make in the market. You know, easiest 30% you can make in anything. You know what I mean? And then doing that and letting compound interest, let that grow is the easiest money to make in the market, like without question. But nobody wants to look at that. Everybody wants to romanticize the hard things. And I get it. I do it too. I day trade. You know, I get it. I day trade, I swing trade, and I invest. But the easiest money to make is doing what I just said. And it's a powerful way to do it. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Ali. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when the report actually drops. Right now it's 6:30, and so we still got some time, to be honest. Like, we still got hours. We still got like 6 hours or whatever it is. All right, so today we had European manufacturing PMI come in better than expected, which was lower than expected at 46.4%, or no, at 46.4 on the scale. Anything over 50 means expansive manufacturing in Europe. Anything below 50 means contractive manufacturing PMI in Europe, and we actually came in a little bit lower than 50 at 46.4 over 46.6 projections. So a little bit better. We do have MBA 30-year mortgage rate numbers and mortgage applications and the MBA purchase index and mortgage market index and mortgage refinance index, and then Challenger job cuts at 7:30. That stuff's dropping at 7. Most mortgage data is dropping at 7. And then we've got crude oil inventories, all that stuff. The real thing, though, is the FOMC press conference. That's going to be the big thing. Yeah, we're gonna live stream the entire thing. So listen, guys, we're gonna live stream. It'll probably be a separate stream than this, but we're gonna live stream the entire press conference. Okay, and this is the schedule, just to understand it, just so y'all can be ready. The actual rate hike decision drops at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m., the rate hike decision drops. So they're gonna say, hey, this is what the rate hike is. I think they'll drop a PDF file. You know, I'm pretty sure they'll drop a PDF file. If you go to the Fed website, I'll show you how to even get this, right? You want to see how you get this? If you look down here, you go to the November 2nd one right here. So you go to November 2nd, just like this one. In this, you can see there's a PDF or an HTML file. Here's the September Fed meeting, right? You click this, you go to HTML, it's the easiest one to read, and you scroll down. And then you can see the rate hike decision. So 0.75%. And when you look at what the last one was, which was so 3.25. When you look at what the last one was, which is 2.5. Then 3.25, 2.5 to 3.25 is 75.75 is what that is. So it's a 0.75 rate increase. It's a 75 basis point rate increase, and thus, it's a 75 basis point rate increase. That's how you look these up. Okay. When this one goes live at 2 p.m., you'll just refresh this like that, and then down here it'll be the same thing. Down here you'll see a little HTML option, just like here. You'll click it just like this. You'll scroll down and you'll read whatever this last number is right here, and if it is right now, it's 3.25. So if they show up at 4%, then that's 75 basis points. If they show up at 4.25%, then that is 100 basis points. If they show up at 3.75%, then that is 50 basis points. And that is how you analyze the Fed rate hike decision as soon as it drops. And we are going to be streaming that, and we're going to cover it live here, as we always do. And then at 2:30, they're going to do the actual press conference for that, right? So it goes, the rate hike decision is at 2. The press conference is at 2:30. That's how it's going to go. And again, we'll stream it all live, so you won't have to go anywhere. We'll cover it as soon as it happens. But AMD's up. Dollar index is trying to bounce back. SPY is mostly breaky. SPY is mostly breaky, but today. Hey, what's up, Floor? Hey, what's up, Beach? DS, what's up, guys? Y'all go check out Beach Bum's channel. Great channel. Good crypto channel. Here's the link. Here's the link for Beach Bum. Great swing trading content there, if you want to check it out. What's up, Renew, Floor? Humana dropped their earnings. CVS dropped their earnings. They dropped right at just now. CVS did drop their earnings. CVS Health Corp Q3 EPS was 209 versus 199 expected. Revenue of 81.2 billion. Expected 76.75 billion. So noticeably better numbers than expected here. We'll put these numbers up in chat, and we'll also put these numbers up on screen. But CVS did do better than expected here for their earnings. Here's CVS on the left. They are moving up some. They're up to 96.05 from this. 96.05 for CVS. They did do well. Better than expected results. Did you monetize? I might not have monetized it. Let me make sure. Yeah, I'm monetized. Thank you for reminding me, though. But yeah, we're doing pretty good, man. I mean, we scaled up our size a little bit yesterday in the Fed. Or ahead of the Fed rate hike decision. And we made some money yesterday really nicely here. You can see we're up to 3,700 gross since we started this challenge. If we look at yesterday, oh no, this still hasn't reset. This is today. We're going to refresh that and then pull it back up again. There we go. Yeah, yesterday we made about 400. Last 7 days. Last 7 days we're up about 1,200. Humana also dropped their numbers here. Humana dropped their numbers. We'll put those numbers up as well. Third quarter 2022 adjusted EPS of 688 versus 628 expected. Revenue of 22.8 billion, expected 22.76 billion. Reaffirms recent guidance upgrade. And these are some of the easiest trades to get into as well. Like, just to tell you guys, like, I'm not really one to recommend buying anything. Yeah, of course, Beach. All good, man. What's your prediction? Rite Aid. Crypto about to rocket. Yeah, here's the Humana numbers. This is some of the easier, kind of not swing trades, but kind of short-term day trades that you can get involved with, just purely off of sympathy. So, like, you could use the logic of, okay, well, CVS Health dropped good numbers. Humana Incorporated, which is another healthcare company. I think this is actually insurance company, but CVS did better than expected, and so it's logical to assume that Humana might do better than expected because it's another healthcare company, and so with that, you can kind of front load onto these. There's a little bit added risk because you never know how they're exactly going to respond, but CVS ripped up. If you look at Humana, I'm sure it's probably going to move up today with these good numbers. Better than expected EPS, reaffirmed guidance, better than expected sales revenue. So, I mean, did pretty good. And we're also doing really nicely in our Top Step Combine too. We're up to 2,100 plus in profit. So we're getting a little bit better at scaling up. But man, we have been on a killer green streak though. So check me out. So here's my Top Step combine. Look at this green streak I've been on, man. It really is a pretty nice green streak. Okay, that was the last losing day, right? So the 21st was the last losing day, right? So since the 21st, green, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green days in a row. So not bad. We're running about 68% winning day accuracy out of about 34 days. And so you can kind of see where the edge shows up with my system here as well. I mean, aside from this, you can just look at my chart and tell. Here is since October 1st. A little bit of a losing kind of string of trades in there, you can see. But pretty solid, man. Pretty solid. This is since October 1st. So up about 2,400. So you can definitely see where the edge is. We make a little bit of money. We lose a little bit. We swing harder. We lose a little bit. We swing harder. We scale back up. And so we'll see if we can keep it up. Last month was 75 basis points. Top 3 for sure. Hey. What's up, Armando? Hey, what's up, BMX? Rite Aid? Yeah, because Rite Aid is like here in the US. Here in the US, Rite Aid is like a kind of an old school CVS or Walgreens. You know, there's some Rite Aids still. I mean, I'm from Louisiana, so when I go visit Louisiana, I still see Rite Aids. Why don't you scale up more? Because I'm trying to. My goal is to pass it on my first try. So my goal is to pass this testing on my first try. You know, and we'll see if we do. But I think we're doing pretty well. I think it might take me a few months, but I think we're doing well. And I think my goal is to pass it on my first try without losing once. So we'll see if we can. All right, guys. SPY just went red on the day. Look at the SPY. Just broke all the way down to 384.40. Not really too much volume here. But at 384.40s. All right, we're at 384.50s. Humana's at 555. All right, guys. So, yeah, we got the SPY at 384.50s, 384.50s. Humana at 555s. We got dollar index at 111.20, so it's been breaking down a little bit today, but the market is kind of exactly break even and kind of quiet as you would expect it to be during kind of what we got going on right now. You know, everything going on right now, it's kind of expected to be a little bit quiet here. Apple at 150.2. Hey, what's up, Pawn? Yeah, people. What I've noticed, bro, is people are gonna ask regardless. You can read the bottom of the screen and look at when exactly everything's going on. Good morning, bro. Why are you already streaming? Market doesn't open for another 3 hours. We always start this early, man. We get it done early. Every day I start at this time. Like every day over the last year, really. Over the last like 6 months, I've started my stream at about this time. You know, every day without fail. Still, every day without fail, I get people that show up and they're like, "Bro, why are you starting so early today?" And it's like, dude, I do this every day. Every day I'm live at like 6 a.m. You know, like 6:15 a.m. market time. I'm live every day. I like streaming early. It depends on what the expectations are. Hey, thank you, man. We appreciate it. It's going to be announced at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Is when the Fed rate hike. Again, so here's the procedure. It's going to be announced at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The actual rate hike decision. The way it will be announced is as follows here. Okay, so you go to the Fed Reserve website. You can see here, here's the last Fed meeting, September 20th to 21st. Under that, you'll see the statement that they make, right? And you'll be able to click HTML just like this and scroll down. And then right now it's 3.25, right? You can see here, 3.25 is what it is. So that would be 75 basis point was the last rate hike because last time it was from 2.5 to 3.25, right? So that's 75 basis points. And so, of course, if today this last number right here shows up as 4, then that means 75 basis points. If it shows up at 4.25, that means 100 basis points. If it shows up at 3.75, then it's 50 basis points. And so that's how you read these. And then the press conference will be live at 2:30. Where they're actually going to talk about why they did it and all that good stuff. I'm mentioning, yeah, what I'm talking about is Eastern Standard Time. CHZ coin. Yeah, I'll check it out. Hey, thank you, Kim. All right, guys. You see the market actually just went red on the day. Look at the market go red. All right, guys. Apple at 150s. Dollar index. Still kind of break it down a little bit. Dollar is rising. Yeah. That's what I meant. Not break it down. The dollar index is causing the market to break down, is what I meant to say. But yeah, here's the dollar index over the last, over the last like 40 minutes. That's the dollar index. We've been moving up mostly. Hey, what's up, show? It'll be fun to see what happens with the market today, guys. Let me know what you guys think we'll get. Again, the rate hike decision is going to be at 2 p.m. Y'all be careful. Like, we're going to trade today. Here's our Top Step progress. If you want to be a part of Top Step, I'll post this link. If you want to take the challenge with me, it's the easiest way to get around the PDT rule and trade some of these big Fed rate hike decisions. I don't know if I were you, I wouldn't trade ahead of this. I would wait for the rate hike decision to show up and then maybe trade that volatility if you're small enough in size. I think that's fine. But you can see this is kind of what I use. If you look at the E-mini, the E-mini is going to do the same thing the SPY does. Really, a lot of the time, the E-mini, as you can see here, actually has more volatility than the SPY. It's the same price action. You can see we get a big drop, a bounce, a drop, big drop, a bounce, a drop. But the E-mini actually has better liquidity than the SPY does, you can see here. And it's really the same price action. If you zoom back far enough, you know, you can see yesterday we had the big drop and then kind of sideways action. If we zoom out here, you can see there it is. Yesterday we had the big drop and then kind of sideways action. And so you can trade this left side here in the futures market with no PDT rule. And I'm gonna funded account program challenge thing for that. If you want to check it out, here's the link. We'll put it on the chat and we'll also pin it to the top of the page. They are a sponsor of my video, but if you want to check it out, there's the link. We got about 250 votes. 71% think 75 basis points as expected. And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to show. The only interesting thing about this, though, is that if we do not do 75 basis points, the market's going to respond in a big way, is the thing to understand. So if we do anything outside of 75 basis points, the market's going to respond in a big way. How is your challenge going? It's going pretty well so far. I mean, we're working. You know, here's, since we started about here. That's our full graph. Let's show it. You can see we're up about 3,700 gross. Less net, but we're getting there. Here's the graph. That's the graph so far. So that's our full graph here. Pulled directly from the platform. I can't fake it if I want to. This is how you know my system works as well. You know, and so people can hate on my system. They can hate on my strategies. They can criticize me if I'm trading poorly one day or whatever it really is. But this profit graph is obviously good, and it's pulled directly from my platform. So it's like I can't fake it. I can't pretend it works when it doesn't. Like, this is legitimately just pulled directly from my platform. You know, yesterday we made 400 roughly. So we're doing good. I don't know if the market's positive or negative today. I really have no idea. I think we're going to be sideways, neutral, and choppy today for the most part. So y'all just be careful. It's not really a day where I would scale up in size in the morning. Mostly because ahead of these big economic releases, there's a lot of apprehension. You know, people don't want to trade big size because they don't know what's going to happen here. So it's like they don't want to buy anything right now because, frankly, these things could massively influence the rest of the market. And so in that regard, they're just not pushing heavy into days like today. And that's understandable. I'll probably do the same. I'll probably trade somewhat small, and at least until the decision is announced at 2 p.m. Also, guys, thank you so much for helping me hit 90,000 subscribers. We did break 90K. Feels good, man. Feels good. We broke 90,000. That's cool. All right, guys. So yeah, so E-mini break it down. We can use this to gauge what the market's doing a little bit better than the SPY today. Because again, the SPY is such low liquidity today, no volume. It's kind of better to watch that, I think, sometimes. AMD had earnings yesterday. They ripped up big to 62s. NVIDIA moved up a little bit with it. They're actually green on the day. The SPY is slightly red right now. You can see slightly red, kind of testing that on the E-mini. Google or something like that. Tesla is pretty red on the day. So it'll be fun to see what we get. Here's the Q. Q's got a little bit more liquidity too, but still pretty low here for everything. So let me know what your plan is for today, guys. Hey, thank you, John. Yeah, 90K. It's great. No, CPI drops at 2 p.m. Yeah, you're probably right, Anthony. Hey, thank you, CT. Market dumps of 75 basis points. I don't think so. I think that's going to be relative to what he says. You know. And so the numbers drop at 2 p.m. So it's roughly 7 p.m. right now. So we got about 7 hours. You know. So again, to put it in perspective, this is 100% the procedure. The Fed rate hike decision will be announced at 2 on the dot. Right at 2 p.m. They're going to announce the rate hike decision exactly at 2 p.m. With that, that's gonna move markets certainly. To what degree we don't know, but it's certainly gonna move markets at least some. With that, 30 minutes after the Fed announces their rate hike decision, they're gonna hold a Jerome Powell press conference, and we will stream that. We will be streaming that as we always do, live right here. And so y'all be ready. We will be streaming that press conference. I don't know. I wouldn't speculate too much about what happens. I think 75 basis points is probably going to happen. It's what they're expected. And so to that degree, we don't know if the market is going to interpret it as positive or negative because technically it's neutral. It's on par with expectations. It's what they're expecting, right? So a lot of it's already baked into what you see right now on the SPY or the market in general. And it's probably the same with cryptocurrency as well. It's not like a 75 basis points is most likely going to evoke a huge reaction in terms of it's not like it's going to be a surprise. Now we show 50 or 100. That's a different story. That will move markets. And as a lot of people have suggested here, what's more important today is not what he announces. It's probably going to be 75 basis points. What's more important is what he says afterwards. What his tone is, whether it's hawkish, which is contractionary market, or dovish, which is expansion market. That's what's going to matter the most. And that's what you got to pay attention to. And again, we're going to stream it all. We're going to cover everything. We're going to talk about what he's doing. We're going to watch him do his press conference here. So you'll be able to see it all. Yeah, I mean, Bernardo, then it's probably best not to trade it. Again, this is very, very volatile market. So y'all just be careful. Nobody remind me of my Astros yesterday. Nobody remind me. All right, up to 38.63 here on the E-mini, the S&P 500. me check my Discord. I haven't even pulled that up yet. All right, cool. All right, guys. So again, getting a little bit of a bounce back. You can see the dollar index start to fall some too. Honestly, bro, our pitchers suck in the freaking playoffs, bro. Like, I don't understand it. Verlander choke artist, man. Freaking, man, who was McCullers last night? Freaking choke artist, bro. I don't know what they're doing. The only clutch one is Fromber. Like, bro, throw Fromber out there for the next 3 games, dude. We'll win the World Series. I don't care about his arm, bro. His arm will be okay. Throw him out there, dude. I don't want freaking McCullers. I don't want Verlander out there, bro. They're choke artists, man. Like, that's all they do. They choke. Like, I don't know what they're thinking. You know? Disappointing because the Astros are obviously the better team. We won more games, you know, in terms of like a sample size of, 100 games. We won far more. Obviously the better team. You know, the Phillies, they're just taking advantage of our choking. And we still got time. I mean, it's only 2-1. And so, and honestly, I will say this. The ref was a little bit, the umps were a little bit suspect yesterday, especially the home plate umpire. That dude, man, for the Astros, the strike zone, decreased. For the Astros pitching, the strike zone shrunk like 6 inches at least. Like, absolutely ridiculous. I don't know if people were complaining too much. I don't know if they just want the World Series to go to Game 7, so it's super exciting like they do. But it's just kind of total nonsense, man. Yeah, you might be right. Get it by any means. I mean, and it sucks too because I've always been a Harper fan. Like, I've always liked Bryce Harper. I think people hated on him on his kind of slow years after he had that crazy year in 2015. And then after that, he had a few slow years. People said he was overrated. People said that he was a bust and that he didn't fulfill his potential, especially getting hyped up at such a young age. I was always a huge fan of Harper. I kind of like the attitude, man. And, he's kind of telling everybody, F you, like, I'm going to do this anyway. And so I can kind of respect that. And so I will be, if there is a silver lining, if the Astros lose, I'm just going to assume it's a curse from them cheating in 2017. And at least Harper's going to get another series win, World Series win. At least that's the case. I'm trying to be optimistic, Q up to 275s. Dollar index is at 111. So again, mostly sideways action is what we're going to get today. You can see we're bouncing right off of the previous closing price, not just in the SPY, not just in the E-mini here. You can see here's the E-mini bouncing right off of where the previous close. Not just that, but also on the Q, where are we bouncing off of the previous closing price? Yeah, Schwarber is kind of struggling a little bit too, though. I mean, he doesn't have the best playoff average right now either. And Schwarber is just a beast. Yeah, FOMC rate hike decisions today. We got ECB's McLoof saying that it's premature to say now whether the ECB needs to go 50 to 75. FOMC is 2 p.m. The rate hike decision is 2 p.m. The actual press conference is 2:30. Who we got pitching today? All right, we got Jose Urquidy. We got Christian Javier. Bro, just get Fromber back up there, dude. Just get freaking Fromber back up there, bro. Honestly, I couldn't even watch the full game. Like, the first inning just destroyed me. I was so bummed. First inning, I watched it 3-0, 2-0, or whatever it was. We did really well the first inning, though. I had some confidence. Like, first inning, we got 2 hits, but, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, Harper's in the World Series now, man. Yeah, Javier's great. Hopefully he's pitching. Javier, Fromber, those two are who the only one. If you look back at historical playoff World Series games, Fromber's clutch. He always has been. Verlander chokes every single freaking time. They need to get Verlander out of there. I don't care. Like, we need to win Dusty Baker his freaking ring, man. Let's win Dusty Baker's ring. That's all I want, you know? Although I do feel bad for Harper because Harper played for the Nationals, got traded, and then the very next year the Nationals won their World Series against us. You know, so all right. So here's mortgage rate. Mortgage rate data just dropped at 7. NBA 30-year mortgage rate came in at 7.06%, 7.06% versus 7.1%, 16% last time. NBA mortgage applications are down 0.5% versus minus 0.1 or minus 1.7% last time. Mortgage market index came in at 200.1 versus 201.1 previously. NBA purchase index came in at 160.5 versus 160.4 previously. Mortgage refinance index came in at 386.7 versus 394.7 last time. Market's moving up a little bit on this mortgage data. Did come out. And we will put these numbers in chat so you guys can see them. Yeah, it was one of the, I think at the time, what was it? It was the biggest contract in history, or was that Soto? I might be getting those mixed up. Yeah, Dusty needs it, man. That's the only thing. That's the only reason. Like, if the Astros lose, I'm gonna be so bummed for Dusty because he's probably not making another one. You know, I might be going though. I talked to my dad. My dad told me one of his dreams was to go to a World Series, and he's never been. And I'm just kind of like, oh, well, bro, I'll buy you a ticket. That gives me an excuse not to take my kids. And like you and me can go, you know? And he was like, okay. And so if we come back in game 6, when's game 6 going to be? Does anybody know? Is it Sunday? Hopefully we get another rain out because if it's Monday, I can definitely go. Yeah, no matter what, even if we're losing, you know, I'm going to try to go. All right, yeah, guys, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when the numbers drop. 2 p.m. Yeah, thank you, JD. We'll see, man. You know, my dad's busy, and so I don't know if we're going to be able to make it. We'll try. Oh, you went last night? Oh, that's great, man. That's cool. Yeah, well, you got to see a good game for the Phillies, that's for sure. All right, guys, market's about to back up a little bit. Dollar index kind of moving with the market right now, which is interesting. And today should be a crazy day, man. Yum Brands third quarter adjusted EPS 109 versus expected 114. System sales are up 7%. I don't know about any of these companies, though. Like, I really don't know about any of these companies. Oh, here's Yum Brands. Nothing else really came out today. How did numbers come out Tuesday? Do they just not show me Tuesday anymore? I want to go back to tomorrow. Wait. Any place to get a good earnings heat map? Does anybody know where a good earnings heat map is going to be? Yeah, once Harper hit that home run in the first, I honestly watched the rest of the game mostly from my phone. It's hard for me to watch it. I'm too wrapped up in it, bro. I'm really too wrapped up in it. Like, it's hard for me to watch those games. You know, I knew it was bad whenever Harper hit that 2-run homer in the first. But hey, listen, if y'all ever want to get beat at MLB The Show, let me know, man. Y'all can get beat. All right, see you, JD. Have a good day, brother. Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, we'll see you later then. What's up, Matt? How we doing? Hope you're all good. Hey, we're good, man. What's up, Ride? Hope you're doing good too, bro. Or guys, Matt, Ride, JD, Joey. Yeah, FOMC is 2 p.m. The rate hike decision drops 2 p.m. Saturday is Game 6. Well, I probably won't make Saturday. If it's Saturday, I'm not going. My dad's going to LSU Bama, which LSU will probably lose, but my dad's going to LSU Bama, and so I'm not going to be able to go with him if it's even if it's Sunday. I'm hoping it gets rained out because I don't think my dad's going to want to go to LSU Bama and then drive out here, or then fly out here is what he'd have to do. All right, guys. So again, E-mini bounced up a little bit here. We got the dollar index at 111.20s. We got the Q at 275s. So again, getting mostly choppy action. Y'all just be careful today, man. We're gonna have some sideways action today, most likely. So y'all just be careful. All right, guys. And again, let me vote on what your expectations are for this. I'm ready, bro. We'll see if we get something good. Honestly, we haven't had as many Jerome Powell meetings as we normally do. Yeah, always we get something. ADP non-farm employment change is dropping in 8 minutes. Is it really? Am I really that behind on it? Let me see. Oh yeah, you're right. We do have ADP non-farm employment change. Expectations are for 195, 208 last time. It is a measure of the monthly change in non-farm payroll private employment based on payroll data of approximately 400K businesses in the U.S. So it's a pretty good predictor of what the non-farm payroll numbers are ultimately going to be. Again, higher payroll numbers is bad right now. Lower is better. So anything under 195 will probably evoke a positive response in markets. And he's right. This data does drop. It's not in 7 minutes. This data comes out at 8:15. So this data comes out. It is now 7:09 right now. So we still have about an hour and 5 minutes. About an hour and 6 minutes until this data comes out. So we still got some time. We have Challenger job cuts year over year. So we got Challenger job cuts. Again, higher is probably better here for Challenger. Last time was 67.6%. If it's higher than that, it'll probably evoke somewhat of a positive response in markets. Or if it's if it's higher than that. But again, the ADP non-farm employment change doesn't drop until 8:15 market time, so we still got time for that. Hey, thank you, Matt. Also, y'all be careful. I see a lot of scams going around. Yeah, Elon Musk is being dumb with the blue check mark thing on Twitter, and I'll explain why. Okay, like I don't know if Elon is just not really thinking about this, but if you allow anybody to pay for the blue check mark on Twitter, then the blue check mark is not worth anything. It doesn't mean anything. Nobody's going to care about it anymore. You know, you're essentially going to be destroying the blue check mark and making a huge part of Twitter, which is watching public figures communicate, worthless. You are going to be causing a huge part of Twitter to go away just because you want to sell it. It's an incredibly dumb idea. It's an incredibly dumb idea. Yeah, I just don't understand. Yeah, but then he's rendering a huge part of Twitter useless. That's what he doesn't understand. Like Twitter, the main thing people want to do is they want to watch public figures and celebrities communicate. That's what you do on Twitter is you watch public figures. If there's not really any main way to decipher between somebody that's well known and freaking Joe on the side of the street, then the blue check mark is worthless. It doesn't do anything then. Then you're destroying a huge aspect of Twitter, and it should be a very self-evident and obvious thing. Like him saying, oh, well, public figures will have some other type of thing. It doesn't matter. Like, then what's the purpose of doing it? I get it. You want to make money. You were just forced to pay contractually way more money than you probably should have for Twitter, which is probably really what this is all about. But he's going to, again, it's going to destroy a huge part of Twitter. You know, it's going to make it worthless. It's going to make everybody that had to grow their account on Twitter and get the blue check mark, it's going to make them hate Twitter. They're going to say, hey, I spent all this time building up my public, persona just to have Elon Musk need money so bad that he sold everything I worked for is what people, and I don't even have a blue check mark, but that's how people are going to look at it 100%. And it's bad for Twitter. It's just bad for Twitter. It's obviously bad for Twitter. ES is up to 3,800. So we are bouncing back on this mortgage data. Wow, we got Dan really coming back and making an alt account, bro. Man, your feelings must be majorly hurt, Dan. Bro, my guy's mad at me for having sponsors over here. Bro, listen, cheers to Dan. But of course we've got sponsors, bro. Hey, you know who gets mad at people for making money? People that don't. Cheers to you, Dan. Cry about it, bro. Like I said, we promote things about once every hour, give or take. Same thing as the radio. The radio's free just like we're free. You got commercials once an hour. Cry about it. Of course we use this indicator service. It's honestly really cool. I spent 2 hours learning this indicator service. And so, yeah, we're going to use it. Acting like I don't use it is silly. I have the screen up literally every day. I've got 4 monitors right now. Literally 4 monitors that you can't see at home, guys. And so, of course, I use it. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, people just mad because they're broke. That's all it really is. If my guy's over here creating, like, a bunch of alt accounts just to kind of talk smack to me, his feelings are hurt over there. So, cheers to him. This coffee is for you, bro. Cheers to you, man. Right. Again, people who don't have money are mad for people who do. Like, that's all it really is. 100%. I see it every day. But it's all good. E-mini bouncing back. We're at 3,800s. Q all the way up to 275s. Dollar index is at 111s. What they don't understand, though, is that people who spend their time like he is, people that are like, hey, I'm going to go, insult this dude, are usually never successful. Is because they spend too much time crying about other people, than they do actually like building themselves up. Like, that's all it really is. They spend so much time worrying about others that they just kind of stay stagnant in life, out of just bitterness and jealousy is all it really is. Yeah, you better believe we make money here. Of course we do. I mean, we make good money. Honestly, we make 6 figures running this community. And we give everything away for free while we do it. And so if there was any way to do that, this is the way, I'm not saying I'm the greatest, kindest YouTube channel in the world, but I'm definitely top 3 greatest, most kind, most fair, best looking traders in the world right now. And anybody that disagrees, you get banned for life, okay? Just nobody even remind me of Bryce Harper, okay? Nobody even say his name. He's like Voldemort in here today. All right. Jay Powell comes out at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Peter. That's the problem, bro. That's the problem is that it's not going to be worth anything if you can just pay for it. But the blue check mark's essentially useless if you could pay for it. It doesn't mean anything. Again, people want it because it's a status symbol, right? That blue check mark sticks out. You know why? It's because not everybody has a blue check mark. So that blue check mark sticks out. Yeah, we won't speak his name. Chill. Don't even remind me, bro. Honestly, I was so upset. First inning, that 2-run homer. I turned off the game, bro. I couldn't watch it. I knew it was going to be a bad night. McCullers was not looking clutch last night, man. My Vietnamese friend, that's arguable. Okay, that's arguable. Yeah, well, the blue check mark, again, the point is, people aren't going to care about it. If everybody's got a blue check mark on Twitter, nobody's going to care about the blue check mark anymore. And so nobody's going to even care about, I mean, people will pay for it, I guess, but it'll make Twitter money, but it's going to completely ruin the reason people want one. You know, again, it's a status symbol on Twitter. Like, that's what it is. Everybody wants one right now. They're like, apparently there's some loophole on Twitter where people are like paying money to get like a song created for them, because technically it's like if you're a artist of some sort, then you can, you know, do all this stuff. Oh. Oh, damn. Hey, thank you, sir. Hey, thank you, Pawn. Yeah, I don't even want one. Wait. Yeah, I mean, I could try to get the verification badge. We'll see, bro. I try. Yeah, let me try. I would love one, to be honest, but I don't know if I have enough followers for one. Let me see how you do it. But thank you. I'll try that out, bro. I'll try it. I don't know what to say I am. I guess I'm an entertainment page. Yeah, I need a minimum follower account to get verified, it says, for what I am. And so I'm not going to try to do it until I got the minimum following account. You know. Does anybody know how many followers they need? Okay, so your account is is detected to be in the top 0.05% of followers or mention count for your geographic location. Yeah, that's not my Twitter. I mean, y'all can follow me on Twitter. Dollar index is starting to bounce back up here, team. Yeah, I just think it's a bad idea. Hey, what's up, Charlotte? Hey, good morning. Yeah. Yeah, Pawn. Again, Bryce Harper is, nobody mentions his name. He's Voldemort today. His name should never be spoken in here right now. You know. As well as McCullers, bro. Nobody even mentioned McCullers, dude. Yeah, nobody can even mention McCullers, bro. McCullers choked as well, man. I'm just bummed. All right, market's mostly sideways. Again, we do have the Fed meeting today. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll see what we get. But we do have the Fed meeting today, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when the rate hike decision is going to be announced. We also have the Jerome Powell rate hike press conference at 2:30. Well, all of them will influence markets. I think the biggest one is actually going to be the press conference for them, right? The press conference is going to be the biggest one. That's going to be the most influential. That's going to be the one that everybody pays attention to. Depending on his tone, is going to impact markets. Dollar index is moving up a little bit. We got the SPY and the Q dropping some right now as well. But yeah, his tone is going to be what's relevant. Yeah, it's this afternoon. Yeah, you might see. So here's the thing, right? They'll let you get verified if you're like a journalist, or if you're like an anchor, like a news anchor, or a journalist, or somebody in the public sphere like that, or like a politician, and you've got less than, this set amount of followers. If you're a content creator, which is what it said for me, it was like content creator. If you're a content creator, it says I didn't meet the minimum requirement. Boo. It's all right. I don't really need the blue check mark right now. And again, Twitter's cool, but I'm mostly focused on YouTube. Yeah, again, it's going to make it worthless. YouTube is better by far. YouTube is just easier to use. Again, most content creators are like, YouTube is the big one. Like even TikTok, right? Like you might have some people on TikTok, but a lot of their end game is going to YouTube because YouTube is just far more valuable in terms of content creation, I wish they paid $1 per follower per month. 80 grand a month, bro. 90 grand a month, dude. What? Dude, I wish they paid that, man. Bro, if they did that, I wouldn't have any sponsors, bro. But no, YouTube's very profitable. It's a great business. And YouTube's fair with how they do it, Again, it's kind of like the UFC, right? People get mad at the UFC for fighter pay. But like just getting the exposure in the UFC allows you to make money in all these other aspects, right? And that's what people don't understand. Again, the less business savvy fighters, they don't understand it. They complain about fighter pay. But the more savvy ones understands that just by getting that exposure, you have options to monetize, right? Same thing with YouTube. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. No, it's more than that, Timu. It's more than that. So YouTube actually use a ranking called cost per milli. All right, like cost per milli, right? It's how much you get paid per 1,000 views. You know. my channel, I can't be specific on exactly what it is, but my channel gets my CPM is what it's called, is anywhere between like $8 and $15, give or take. Hey, what's up, Dwayne? Hey, good morning, brother. Hope you guys are doing good. Again, dollar index is ripping up pretty big here. It's at 111.20s, 111.20s right now, unfortunately. Hey, good morning. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We could actually, somebody mentioned we added. All right, guys, dollar index is ripping up. All right, guys, dollar index is moving up here, which is not good. I'm looking at all the other data that came out today. Crypto.com surpassed 70 million users. All right, guys, dollar index dropping down a little bit here. All right, guys, we got a dollar index at 111.25s here. We got the E-mini up to 38.68s. Q bouncing back up to 275.60s here. Again, we do have some data dropping. It's 7:30 right now, market time, 7:30 market time right now. At 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when the rate hike is going to be. So again, 2 p.m. You can see we updated it in our title. All right, team. It is Wednesday, the biggest day of the stock market over the last month. When is CPI? CPI, I believe, comes out on the 13th. So we do have CPI in less than 2 weeks dropping as well. That'll be fun. It'll kind of be the biggest part of the stock market. We're going to hopefully break 100K this year. It's all going to be depending on how well we do during today and CPI. But yeah, rest in peace to Takeoff, man. That's a really sad story. Dollar index dipping down to 111.20s. All right, guys. Again, we got the market moving back up a little bit. The dollar index is kind of moving with it, though, which is really interesting. 25 basis points. Not Teresa. That'll never happen. 25. Yeah, bro. Houston, man. It's not really. I mean, it's Houston, bro. It's always been kind of, I mean, I'm from Baton Rouge. And so I would say Baton Rouge is a little bit more dangerous than Houston is, to be completely honest. And if you're not from Baton Rouge or don't understand it, it's about an hour away from New Orleans. Baton Rouge is rough. Depends on how you look at it, though. Maybe in terms of like, just because Houston is so much bigger, it depends on how you want to analyze it. But in terms of relative to size, Baton Rouge is more dangerous. Wow. All right, guys, market's moving back up a little bit short term. We bounced exactly off of that previous closing price, like precisely off of that level. No, I never seen it pawn. No, we'll probably do another stream for the Fed rate hike. Again, if the Fed is hawkish again, the market will capitulate. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I know. Baton Rouge is to the point where it's my home. Like, I love my home, man. I really do. Like, anybody that grew up, like Chris can probably attest to it. Like, anybody that grew up in Baton Rouge, like, that's my home. It's just, at a certain point, I got kids, man. I got 2 kids. Dollar index is at 111.20. What are you expecting today? Hey, thank you, Young G. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. The schools too. Kids are getting into. Yeah, man. I mean, the schools have always been rough. When we have the first 25 rate cut, I'll throw a huge party. Yeah, the market will fly if we do. If we do 0.25, market will go. If we do 0.5, the market's gonna go crazy high. Like 100%. The market's gonna go absolutely ridiculous if we do 0.25 for sure. And so we'll see, but market will go absolutely crazy if we do. Why are you asking me that, OJ? I'm shorting Bitcoin today. Hey, good luck, bro. Hopefully you make some money. Market started bouncing back nicely though. Look at it. So market's all the way back up. S&P 500 is up to almost 3,900. All right, guys. 75 basis points. Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be 75. If you look at the poll here, 71% are voting for 75. That's almost certainly what we're going to show. 14% think 50. I don't think we're going to show 50. I think there's a possibility, but it's just unlikely. So most people are expecting, as you should be, 75 basis points. Some people are expecting 50. Again, I don't think we're going to do 50. I certainly don't think we're going to do 100. I think that would be chaotic if we do. Only 2% of people out of almost 800 think it's going to be something else. So again, we'll see. But it's unlikely that we show anything outside of 75 basis points. What's ultimately going to matter the most is what Jerome Powell states in the press conference, like what his tone is, whether he's optimistic, bearish, hawkish is what they call it. So that's going to matter the most. That's what matters the most. That's what's going to be the most interesting to see is what Jerome Powell ends up saying for this press conference. All right, guys. Dollar index is starting to bounce back up. How many minutes left until the meeting? What's it right now? It's 7:45. So let's just call it 8 to 2. So 6 hours. 6 hours, 15 minutes roughly, give or take. Yeah, 100 basis points is not going to happen, I don't think. 100 basis points will cause chaos right now. Yeah, if it's anything outside of 75, the market will go crazy. Going for 50? I hope you're right, bro. I really do. I hope 50. I don't know. I don't know about the pivot talk, man. Well, we'll see. Again, I think we're going to do 75. Yeah, so economists are saying that they could acknowledge that officials could be discussing a downshift to 0.5 point rate in December. If that's the case, the market's going to fly. Again, if that does come out during this press conference where, they're predicting a pivot to something less aggressive, then the market's going to fly, Again, my guess is I'll do 75 basis points each. But again, what do you guys think? I'm not sure here what we're going to do. Would 100 not be wise and get inflation down? Clearly, the population keeps spending money until they realize the point of the rate hikes is force people to stop spending money. Yeah, I mean, again, just to put this into perspective, like why this happens here, guys. So again, the Fed policy goes like this, okay? They raise rates in order to discourage spending. Like the entire reason the Fed is raising rates is so that spending is discouraged. When spending is discouraged, prices drop because businesses, in turn, when they don't get consumers buying, they must lower prices in order to compensate for that and start those purchasing consumers again. And so in that regard, the Fed raises their interest rates. They raises their rates in order to discourage spending. That's the whole point of rate hikes. But the problem is that the more aggressive they raise rates short term, the more short-term pain that follows in the stock market and markets in general, right? So the more aggressive they raise it, the more short-term pain we're going to experience. And so, a lot of people are under the impression of like, hey, we might as well just rip the Band-Aid off and do 100 or whatever and just kind of start really eating into this inflation. It's going to cause more short-term pain, of course, because, again, it's a larger rate hike. And so it's going to cause more short-term pain, but it's going to be seen as more influential over inflation, of course, than if it was a less aggressive of a rate hike. But it's a balancing act. Again, a really high rate hike, a really aggressive rate hike, more short-term pain. A less aggressive rate hike, less short-term pain, but less it does for inflation long-term as well. So it's a very fragile balancing act here the Fed is doing. And the Fed's got a really hard job, man. It's a very tough job for the Fed. Like the Fed is a very difficult job. A lot of people hate on Jerome Powell. That's an incredibly difficult job. I wouldn't want that job. That's a very hard job to do. And so with that, we'll see. Again, the Fed has been kind of easing into it. A lot of it, it's so back and forth right now. Some people want complete eased up in the aggressive rate hikes. They want 50 or 25 basis points. Some people want 100 or 125. And so again, we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Nobody really knows what's going to happen, and we can only speculate. And really, again, the procedure that follows this is that at 2 p.m., the rate hike decision is going to be announced. And we will be streaming that completely free live right here. So we don't charge for anything. We cover all this economic data. You can ask anybody that follows these streams. We cover it as soon as it comes out. We drop what the rate hike is going to be so you can watch that and then see the stock market reaction to it. That's the first thing we do. Number two is that they actually do a press conference, which is going to be the most influential thing today, in my opinion. Jerome Powell is going to do a press conference, and analysts of the market in general, both crypto, stocks, whatever you want to look at it, analysts in those markets are going to be watching and listening to his tone, listening to his words, and seeing how that's going to influence markets. If he has a very optimistic, what they call dovish, which means expansive monetary policy, then the market's probably going to go up. If he has what's called a hawkish or contractionary tone in markets, then the markets are probably going to fall. And so that is kind of what we got going on right now. We'll see what he says. We'll see what Jerome Powell says. It's all going to be streamed live here. And so subscribe. Thank you guys so much for helping me hit 90K. I truly do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And again, we'll see what happens. Hey, thank you so much, Tony. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Kryptonite. I think 75. Again, they've already came out and said that they're expecting 150 basis points for the rest of the year. And for the rest of the year, again, we've got 2 left. It happens every 6 weeks. Every 6 weeks, the Fed raises rates or lowers rates depending on what's going on in inflation. They're definitely raising rates this time, but to what degree we're speculating on. But again, it happens every 6 weeks. And so by that logic, the next one is today at 2 p.m. and then 6 weeks from now. So in mid to late December is when the next rate hike is going to be. They've already said that they're expecting 150 basis points essentially for the rest of the year. And so what that would mean with 2 rate hike decisions left is 75 during one and 75 during the other. Or it could be 50 today and then 100 December. You don't really know, but it's almost certainly going to be 75. Again, what I will say is y'all just be careful. Again, the market a lot of the time leading up to these big decisions is very neutral, sideways, choppy, and volatile. Be careful. It can get really interesting and enticing to trade. For a lot of people, it's going to be better just to sit out. Again, not telling you what to do, no idea what will happen, not an investment professional, no idea what's going to happen. Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about. All right. But just be careful because these Fed rate hike decisions can be volatile. You don't know what they're going to do. The market's response can be very random, and y'all just be careful. Yeah, 75 is definitely already factored into a certain extent, Dustin. Boo, John. Boo, man. Don't even listen. Bryce Harper is the name that will not be mentioned. He's like Voldemort today. Nobody mentioned Bryce Harper's name. I don't want to hear it. He hit that 2-run homer against my Astros in the first inning. I'm still bummed out about it. Do not mention it. I actually like Bryce Harper, too. I'm a big fan of his. I've been watching him since he was young, and I'm just kind of bummed out that he hit that home run in the first. And, Yeah, I don't think we're going to do 50. Yeah, I think 50 is unlikely. Yeah, 75 is almost certainly what we're going to do, Sean. But again, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I very easily could be wrong. All right, guys. Again, honestly, I'm just so pumped that we hit 90K subscribers, man. It's been a beautiful journey here at Beginner Trading. We're pretty close. We'll probably hit 100 either December or late January. All right, guys. Dollar index is consolidating. E-mini popped up to this level here. Again, the dollar index is mostly dropping down, so we get a slight move up in markets right now too. Yeah, definitely third best trader. Congrats, man. Been watching you almost every morning for 2 years now. Took my time to learn lots and getting a profitable system now. Hey, congrats, man. Will the Fed announce at 2 p.m. American time? Yeah, it's Eastern Standard Time is what it is. No, I'd rather you not, East. Please do not go promote my channel anywhere else, man. Yeah, I don't need you guys to. I appreciate it. Please don't. Yeah, OJ, why'd you say this thing about Jimmy Swaggart? It's just a quick question, man. Hey, thank you, Emmanuel, my brother. Thank you, man. But yeah, OJ, why'd you say this thing about Jimmy Swaggart? Serious question. I mean, I'm not, but I'm curious to know why you said that. Yeah. Yeah, 6 hours. Exactly 6 hours. 6 hours and 5 minutes is when it's announced. All right, guys. Dollar index is falling back down. SPY moving up a little bit. Remember, guys, at 7. Wait. We do have some economic data coming out today. We've got specifically the ADP non-farm payroll change coming out in 19 minutes. Okay, so it's at 7:15 market time. Or I'm sorry, it's at 8:15 market time. The ADP non-farm employment chain numbers drop 195,000 expectations. Again, it's kind of one of those weird markets where anything outside of that, like if we have higher than expected non-farm employment changes, it's going to be worse for the market's reaction. And again, right now with high inflation, it's just a weird market where, we want to see less non-farm payroll numbers. You know what I mean? So less is more here. It's a predictor of non-farm employment that's going to be dropping sometime this week, I believe. It might be tomorrow. No, jobless claims drops tomorrow. Maybe it'll be a predictor on that as well. Sorry, catch it back up on chat. And again, I don't watch the chat 24/7, so I kind of miss some of it. But boo to the Phillies. Hey, all good, Mushroom. Thank you, man. No, we're not. We need it to be large. I mean, that's the point. Yeah, Chris. I don't know. I'm waiting to see if he responds, man. If not, All right, guys. E-mini is up to 38.70s, 38.70s. Q at 275s. Dollar index at 111.20s. Hey, thank you, Mark. Yeah, the Fed rate hike decision, guys, remember, it's not going to be until 2 p.m. today. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, read the bottom of the screen. Maybe look, we got so many people asking me. I think the only thing I can do here is... There we go. I just got to put it on screen. Watch out for those peeps stealing bonfires. Hey. Yeah, that's a huge inside joke for the channel. It's been so long, man. It's actually really funny. A long time ago, right in the middle of the AMC craziness, we had a guy here and he was like, John, you stole all my bonfires. And I had no idea what he's talking about. And so I just kind of trolled him a little bit and was like, hey, be careful. They're stealing bonfires out here. And I had no idea what he's talking about. Apparently, he was talking about some obscure crypto thing going on. I really still don't know what he was talking about, but it was hilarious at the time. because I was kind of trolling him back and forth. And yeah, it was funny. Y'all just be careful. I see so many scams going around. One of them is the World Series scam, right? So you see a lot of scammers making a bunch of fake streams for the World Series and then asking people to send them money or whatever they're trying to do. I see it a lot. All right, guys, we got less than 15 minutes before we got the I'm not sure how the market's going to react to 75 basis points. I don't know. Google's your friend. Push. No idea how the market's going to move in the next hour. Yeah, 75 basis points is almost certain. How the market's going to respond, I'm not sure. It's as expected. And so that's kind of what's expected here in the market right now. Is kind of what's expected is 75 basis points. Again, we'll see if we ended up doing that. But that's kind of as expected. Love you. Have a good day at school. Send your brother in here too. All right, guys. E-mini is up to 38.70s. Q is up to 275s. Dollar index is at 111.20s. Hey, man. Oh, whoa, no, bro. Whoa, no, dude. Okay, what are you doing?
Maddie told me to come here.
Well, yeah, after you get ready, bro.
Yeah, he might need to leave in 15 minutes.
Okay, look, go talk to your mom about that. I'm working right now. You're going to have to go talk to your mom. Here, bro, get ready, man. What are you doing? Yeah. Y'all don't have to leave in 15 minutes, though. Y'all got to be there at... Okay, here, look, I'm... Sorry, guys. My kids are acting up this morning. It happens. Yeah, there's a big data drop. What's dropping in 10 minutes is the ADP non-farm employment change. It's dropping at 11 minutes to be specific here. That's the biggest thing. We got the ADP non-farm employment change for October dropping at 11 minutes. Expectations are for 195,000. Last time was 208K. Again, if we have lower numbers than expected here, the market's probably going to respond better. It's going to go up. If we have higher than expected, higher than 195K, the market's probably going to go down. Again, we're just kind of predicting. We don't really know exactly how the market's going to respond. We do see the dollar index down to 111s. You can watch it right here. Yeah, we're going to watch it right. You can watch it right here, Elvar. Yeah. So, Sin, you're actually wrong, sir. The way it works is the actual rate hike is 0.75%, right? If you see basis points afterwards, then it would actually be 75 basis points. So 75 basis points is the equivalent of 0.75%. Okay, so just to show you how it really is done, that's kind of how it really is done. Yeah, welcome, Mark. Happy to have you guys here. Yeah, Grape, you're wrong, sir. Sorry, bro. It's all good. Hey, you'll learn it. It just takes. I've just done this so much that I know it. So when you cover all the stuff, you tend to learn. But yeah. So again, Q 275.50s. But yeah, 75 basis points is equal to 0.75. Like right now. Okay, just to give you an example. Right now, it's at 3.25. Right, 3.25. If we do 75 basis points as expected, then they will announce 4%. All right, so 4% is what they will announce, right? Relative to last time, which is 3.25. So if they raise it by 75 basis points, which is 0.75%, 3.25 plus 0.75 is 4, right? That is what the expectations are. And so when you read the rate hike decision today at 2 p.m., we'll cover it, number one. We'll tell you exactly what they do. But if it's 4, if you see 4, that means 75 basis points. That means a 0.75% rate hike is essentially what it is. eBay rejecting at VWAP. So is the Q. Dollar index is moving back up after dropping down for a little bit, though. So we go long in 6 hours. I don't know, man. Sammy says, but thank you for these streams, man. Been watching for about 2 months and it's keeping me nice company. Hey, thank you, Sammy. We appreciate you being here, bro. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean, that's Yanni. That's what we've been saying this whole time, is that it's not expectations for 75 are almost certain. But what's really going to influence markets is the tone that Jerome Powell takes during the actual press conference at 2:30. That will be the most influential thing for sure. Unless we do something outside of 75. We do something outside 75, knee-jerk reaction, huge reaction in that side. If it's 50, a huge move up. If it's 100, huge move down. Outside of that, as long as it's 75, then the big thing to watch for is the tone of Jerome Powell and what he states during the actual press conference that will be streamed live here at 2:30. So at 2:30, we're going to stream the press conference. That's going to be the biggest thing, is what his tone is during the press conference. And we'll see. Again, let me know what you guys think, but we'll see. All right, so Ferrari just dropped their earnings here. Ferrari, which is RACE, dropped quarter 3 2022 euro revenue of 1.25 billion. Expectations were for 1.19 billion. Net of 228 million. Expectations for 217 net. Adjusted EBITDA of 435 million. Expected 418 million. So, yeah, Race, which is Ferrari, actually just dropped pretty good results. So we did have Ferrari drop numbers today. Again, in about 6 minutes, guys, we do have the data coming out on the ADP non-farm payroll employment change for October. Again, expectations are for 195. Anything outside of that will call some type of reaction. And so, yeah, y'all be ready. We are going to cover this live as soon as it happens. You can see Ferrari ripping up on the good earnings report today. The Q is falling down. The dollar index is moving up short term. Today is the biggest day of stocks, biggest day of the market in general over the last month or so. And so, again, 5 minutes before the ADP numbers come out. We got about 600 people here. So for that, we appreciate you all. Appreciate the love. Right now, it's 3.25 Greek. 3.25 is what we're at now. Again, a 75 basis point rate hike would make it 4. All right, guys. So again, you see the Q dipping down a little bit. We can look at the SPY here as well in the middle. Here's the SPY again coming underneath the VWAP, the volume weighted average price. We do have the previous closing price at 384.50s here. The dollar index is dipping down some. Yeah, and again, I do want to thank everybody. Thank you so much for helping me hit 90,000 subscribers yesterday. We did break 90K, 90,000 subscribers. It's an amazing thing. We truly do appreciate you guys so much. We are going to put it in sub-only mode. And so if it's your first time here, listen, we're going to put it in sub-only mode. We do appreciate the love and support. The rate hike decision is going to be at 2 p.m. And yeah, we truly appreciate the love and support. Let's keep growing. We do have these numbers dropping in 3 minutes, specifically the ADP non-farm payroll number change. Yeah, that would be my guess, Chris. And I think that's going to be positive. I don't know about Forex Factory, bro. What I do know is Bloomberg, and Bloomberg says 195 expectations for the non-farm payroll change. Drops in 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, really. But again, we're going to be watching the SPY and the dollar index pretty closely through this. Again, you can see Ferrari on the left, but here's the SPY in the middle, and then here's the dollar index on the right. Again, we'll see what we show, but I might actually get rid of these two and then just look at, here's the DXY, and we'll see how this one impacts everything. And then we've got the SPY on the right. Announce yourself, show us you're subscribed. We appreciate you. Hey, thank you, Toby. I'm not an expert. I don't like the word expert. Again, we're just a resource and community, so I don't like the word expert. Everything we drop is free, and so I'm just not, you know. All right, guys. Data drops in less than a minute. Less than a minute. Less than a minute. Dollar index is piping up a little bit. Again, let's get ready. Less than a minute. About 5 seconds, guys. 5 seconds. 195 is expected. Anything under that is good. Anything over that is bad. And the number came out as 239, much higher than expected. That's going to cause drops in market. 239, way higher than expected for the ADP non-farm employment change. And look at the drops in market. Again, guys, I told you, we covered this as soon as it drops. 239 versus 195 expected, way higher than expected, and exactly what I said would happen, which is that we got big drops from this. Way worse than expected, way higher than expected. Here's the data on screen. 239 versus 195 expected. Last was 208. And again, you can see big moves up in the dollar index and then a big drop in the SPY, a huge drop in the SPY here. So, man. Big drops in the market. All right, 383, 384s. Yeah, I hope we do 50 basis points. I just think it'll be unlikely. But yeah, there's the SPY. Break it down big, 384s. man. Yeah, look at this drop. Again, maybe we'll rebound here. Again, we got the 239 versus 195 expected. Way worse than expected. And again, big drops in markets. Exactly what we told you guys would happen, which is, and again, you guys got to understand why this is what it is, okay? In a time of high inflation, higher payroll numbers means more spending, which means more people with money, which means more spending, which means higher inflation and higher prices. That is why we get a reaction like this. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to stay down here, but that is why we get this type of reaction, is because, again, and I'm not saying I agree with it. Again, I'm not saying I want less people working or less people making money. That's not what I'm saying at all. But when people are fearing inflation, that's kind of what happens. And so, again, right now, the ADP non-farm employment change at 239 versus 195 expected. We are starting to bounce back a little bit. We had that big negative reaction here on this news because it was much higher than expected. But again, we'll see. Again, we're kind of neutral now, so it's not really like a huge thing anymore, but kind of neutral at this point in time. The real question is, will the Fed pivot? That's the real question. Will the Fed pivot? Do me a favor, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We certainly appreciate the love and support. We are only seeing beginning of cuts. Yeah, I mean, we do have, what do we have? We also have the job cut numbers coming out pretty soon today as well. So, yeah, we got the Challenger job cut, I believe, today, right? So, yeah, or no, was that yesterday? Might be getting them mixed up. We cover so much different stuff. Jolt's job openings. Non-farm change, NBA purchasing today, crude oil inventories. Yes, so maybe that's not today. Tomorrow we'll have jobless claims like we do every Thursday. Again, expectations for the Fed rate hike are 4%. Okay, yeah, so tomorrow we got job cuts. So tomorrow we got the Challenger job cuts. We've got the Bank of England interest rate decision. So we got tomorrow, we got the England the rate hike for England tomorrow. We got jobless claims, import-export prices, non-farm productivity, trade balances, employment data for us as well. All right, guys, SPY starting to rebound here on this. SPY starting to bounce back. It was called the ADP national employment numbers. So the ADP national employment numbers dropped. That's what influences. All right, guys, rejecting at that previous closing price. And again, you can see that previous closing price level here. It's a very relevant level that we always pay attention to. Again, this level here, it's the level at which it goes from red to green. Above this number means we're green on the day. Below this number means we're red on the day. So you can see the market in general is technically red on the day. You can also see the dollar index on this news went up, which is kind of what we expect with stuff going on right now in markets. We start trading on Top Step at 8 p.m. Or at 8:15 or 9:15 really. So the rate hike is gonna be in about 5.5 hours. Yeah, this is pre-market, Brandon. No, pivot is self-evident. It means that the Fed is going to change their plan essentially. or not change their plan. The Fed is going to start. The Fed is going to start being less aggressive if they pivot. We'll see if the previous closing price. All right, so yeah, we'll see what happens. Again, you got to think about like in terms of dovish and hawkish, right? If they pivot and they're currently hawkish, then they're going to pivot to more dovish, or dovish is expanding monetary policy. Hawkish is contractive monetary policy. So if they pivot, they're pivoting from expansive to contractive. And right now, if we're in a contractive market where we're essentially raising rates aggressively, a pivot would mean that we're going to be less aggressive in raising rates and thus be more of a expansive market, if that makes sense, right? So that's what they mean by pivot, is essentially they're changing their plans from one to another. It's all depending on how much inflation is curbed. But at the same time, for the last CPI report, we did have 8.2%, I think, so still very, very high. No, it's not 7:15 p.m. It's at 2. I start trading futures at 8:15 market time. Is when I start trading futures. All right, guys. SPY is at 384.60. So SPY is actually green. With Top Step, we're working our way on getting funded right now. I mean, this account right here that you see is a 30,120K buying power account. I might actually buy some shares here. We might buy 25 shares of this. We'll take 50 shares and see what happens here. We'll cut it if we need to. But this account right here is a 120,000 in buying power that you see right here on this account. With Top Step, we're trying to get funded in the Top Step Challenge, right? So we're trying to get funded in the Top Step Challenge. Yesterday, we ended up making, as you can see here, about 400. And so we're trying to get funded again. Last month, if you look at basically since we started, we're doing pretty well. Again, I got to watch this trade a little bit, but yeah, we're doing pretty well since we started. Here is our graph. We're essentially up, about 3,700 since we started in gross profit, and this is pulled directly from the platform, so I can't really fake this. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't fake this. This is pulled directly from the platform. And so you can see, like, people can say whatever they want about my trading, but and I don't even try to claim to be an expert or a guru or anything like that. Like, you guys know that's not really my style. Like, I'd rather just tell people I'm not an expert and that I have no idea what I'm talking about. And, please don't copy me. That's not what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to be just another guru. We're trying to just put out free stock market information. Still, Top Step is a sponsor of mine. And it's a funded account program. So they give you a demo. If you can hit their target on the demo while following their rules, they fund in passing both stages, then they fund you the same amount, right? So the base one's 50K. So if you pass that one, you get 50K in funding. The top one is 150K. So if you pass that, you get 150K in funding, 90% profit split. And this is a company that's regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. I think it's very difficult to get funded, though. Not everybody's going to get funded. I think it's very hard to get funded. And again, we try to be real about it. It's very difficult to get funded. It's not easy. But I think regardless of whether you get funded or not, we're going to cut this. We're back under the previous closing price. I just don't like that, so we're going to cut it. But regardless of whether you get funded or not, it's going to make you a better trader, in my opinion. Having these rules that you need to follow, if you look at my actual stats on Top Step, we're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. I mean, you can see my graph. We are on a pretty long green streak as well. And this is, again, pulled directly from my platform. I cannot fake this. All right, so this is pulled directly from my platform. Again, you can look at my graph here. We've been on a 7-day green streak. Yesterday, we made about $350 gross or net. This is net. $350 net yesterday. $44 in profit the day before. $183 in profit the day before. $208 in profits the day before. $208 in profit. Wait, yeah, $208 both days, which is interesting. $127 on the 25th. $122. Last losing day was here. So again, we've had green. 7-day green streak. You can see here on average, we run about 68% accuracy, daily accuracy. So on 68% of the time, roughly 70% of days were green, which is very nice. I'll take it for sure. Again, you can see my graph. If you want to check out Top Step, here is the link. Well, technically, it's a demo account. What you see right here, Cat, this is a real account. So this TOS account right here is real. Like I said, this is a 120,000 buying power account on Thinkorswim, which is TD Ameritrade. That's what this is. So this account is this is a normal stock account where I got 6 figures in buying power. I got about 30K in liquid money in this account. The Top Step graph is from a funded account program, which I think is a good middle ground. Again, they are a sponsor. I'm certainly biased in their favor because they're a sponsor of mine. And so naturally, I'm going to be biased in Top Step's favor. And so understand that, of course. But again, link is in the chat if you want to check them out. They are a sponsor of my video. We normally trade the E-mini. I don't trade the NASDAQ 100 very much. The market's not really recovering. It started to recover and then it rejected back down. I never use FTMO. I think that's mostly Forex, right? I will say, I think Top Step's the most legitimate funded account program in the world. It's been around for over 10 years now. It's kind of who everybody else copies off of. Regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. No, Lee. Yeah, I trade the ESZ2 is what I trade. Or the MESZ2. Depends on what it is. Sometimes I'll trade the micro. Sometimes I'll trade the regular. My main strategy with these, and again, the way I have this profit graph, like the reason I have such a profitable graph here is because I got a very specific risk management system. And this is really important for traders to understand about trading in general. Is that a lot of traders, what happens is that they lose, they get frustrated, and when they're down, they trade larger. They trade larger when they're losing on the day. Right? What that causes is that causes you to, like, you might have a profitable trader that makes money, but because they can't handle a losing day and they double their size and then they lose again and then they triple their size and then they lose again, and then before you know it, you got this huge drawdown, account destroying drawdown, and you're just not profitable, right? The only time I scale up dramatically on the day, at least the only time I try to, and sometimes I make mistakes, of course. Yesterday we traded a little bit too large. But the only days I try to scale up are days where I already have a cushion of profit on the day, because that means that, like, even if I lose, I'm right back to break even. I can scale back down my size and then try again. And then if I build up a cushion of profit, I can scale up again. If I lose, I'm back to break even. Eventually it'll stick and I'll actually make money with the larger size. And thus we have big green days. That way, when I do lose, it's a small loss, hopefully. Not always, of course. It's a small loss. But considering how accurate I am, and if you look at my ratio here, just total on the combine, it'll show you like my average win-loss ratio since I started, right? My average win-loss ratio is about 3-1, right? So I am winning about, 70% of the time, about 65 to 70%. Really, what is that? It's about 66.6 repeating, right? Or whatever that is. And so we're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. Again, could we do better? Sure. Do we need to scale up in size? Yes. But, considering that we trade a little bit of the funded account program and we also trade like stocks here in the morning, like we do a little bit of everything. Yeah, revenge trading. That's how it gets most people, man. Yeah, but you don't need a funded. I don't think you need a funded account program for crypto. You know what I mean? Like crypto, there's no PDT restrictions. Like you can get so much leverage yourself in the crypto market. Like, why would you need to get funded trading crypto? Like, why don't you just trade crypto regularly? At least in my opinion. SPY at 384s. We got the dollar index at 111s. Again, SPY rejecting right at that previous closing price. Again, a level that we talked about a lot. You can see, again, rejected again at that previous closing price level, a level we talked about a bunch. All right, so here's 730. We didn't get really any big economic data drop at 730. Oh, crap, dude. All right, guys, I'll be right back. It's trash day. I'll be right back.
All right, we're back. Whew, man, that was fast. All right, dollar index still moving down some. SPY moving up a little bit. Whew. All right, guys, about an hour before the market opens. You can see the SPY is mostly red today, but slightly break even. We got a little bit of upward movement. Let's see if we can break over that previous closing price. The U.S. is to sell $40 billion of 3-year notes on November 8th, $35 billion of 10-year notes on November 9th, and $21 billion of 30-year bonds on November 10th, according to the Treasury quarterly refunding, quarter 4. So if you want to look at this news here, this data just dropped. See that data right there in chat. Got a question. Been trying to find consistency for 1.5 years. And what? And what? Consistency in what? What type of trading? If it takes this long to find a strategy that works, and it's possible I could lose my strategy for market changes, what's the point? Well, it's not about your strategy, to be honest. Like it doesn't take a year and a half to really build one strategy. I've been scalping for years now, and the strategies are essentially the same. So like those strategies don't change like that. It depends on what kind of trading you're doing, though, Matthew. What really takes time to learn how to trade is conditioning the correct tendencies. Conditioning through repetition is what makes traders profitable in every aspect of trading and every type of trading as well, is conditioning through repetition and experience. The reason trading takes so long to be profitable is not because you got to work on one specific strategy for 2 or 3 years. That's not what it is. What it is you got to condition yourself to cut losses when you should. You got to condition yourself to get out of trades when you should. You got to condition yourself to not revenge trade when you shouldn't. You got to condition yourself to trade small when you want to trade large. You got to condition yourself to do the correct habits, have the correct habits in trading. And that takes time because it takes repetition. You got to do it over and over and over again. Eventually it'll click and you'll be able to do it naturally. But it takes time. And a lot of people will never be able to do it. A lot of people work and then still fail. And so, again, it's one of those things where some people are just not going to do it. A lot of people aren't. In fact, a majority of people will not be able to day trade, especially successfully. Day trading is incredibly difficult. A large majority of people fail. I'm solid at it now, but if I could start over, I'd probably swing trade. Swing trading, I think, has the best edge in markets. I think it's really easy to identify extension and overreactions on a short-term momentum basis, buy and hold it for a few weeks, and then sell it and make profit doing so. I think that's very easy. It's noticeably easier than day trading is. And so, of course, you should do it on blue chip healthy companies. A lot of people get wrapped up in the penny stock game, and penny stocks is just very low edge, predatory. A lot of YouTube videos pumping up terrible penny stock companies that will eventually end at zero, and they're kind of front loading onto it. Just a lot of sleaziness going on there. And so in that regard, it depends on what you're trading. $230. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you, Stravos. Crypto, though, they give you so much leverage. You don't really need that much. And if you're trading that big, you're not going to be consistent and keep that account that long anyway. Is the difference, though. Like crypto, you can get so much leverage with a couple $1,000 that it doesn't really matter. I'm not telling you should, but I'm saying funded account program seems useless for crypto because you don't really need that much buying power in crypto. Not to day trade it. They give you so much leverage naturally anyway that, like most crypto platforms, they'll give you a ridiculous. I'm not saying I agree with it. Y'all be careful. That much leverage can just simply get you in trouble. But a lot of crypto platforms will give you 120x leverage, 100x leverage. So just kind of ridiculous amounts, so it's like, again, as long as you're trading small with that, which you should be, you know, then you don't need a funded account program for crypto most of the time, you know, especially when you consider the price of most crypto, even ETH and Bitcoin. I mean, you know, do you really need to buy that much Bitcoin? Probably not. Yeah. But yeah, I hope you guys understand that. Like, trading is a game about conditioning through repetition. You got to do it over and over and over again, and eventually it'll become easier. But you got to do it over and over and over and over again. All right, guys. Market is slightly green right now. Market is slightly green. All right, guys. So again, SPY up to 384.60s. Man, I barely made it. The trash is getting picked up now, bro. I barely made it. All right, guys, 384.60s here. Dollar index at 111s. All right, guys, dollar index popping up a little bit. You can see the SPY dropping. Barclays, Deutsche, and Citigroup reportedly lost money on currency hedging products they sold to a client in an acquisition they did not go that did not go ahead, according to Wall Street Journal sources. Again, so a big pullback, a big raise in the dollar index here. Let's see if that's what's causing this. You think market will drop again heavily today once the decision is made? I'm not sure how much the market is going to drop. I really don't know, to be honest. It's at 2 p.m., guys. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when the Fed rate hike decision is going to be. Again, market rejecting a little bit here. Yeah, what's really going to matter the most today, team, is not what the rate hike is going to be. It's almost certainly going to be 75 basis points. What's really going to matter the most is how will he speak on the rate hike? Like, what his tone is going to be. Are they going to pivot to a more expansive, less aggressive rate hike monetary policy? is what's going to matter the most. And so that's what people are really going to be focusing on, is whether the pivot's going to be there, whether they're going to be pivoting to a more expansive, less aggressive rate hike system right now. If they do, then that'll probably cause market to go up. If they're really aggressive and they say some really hawkish things, which is a contractionary monetary policy, in that regard, then we'll probably drop, because that's kind of what happens with the contractionary monetary policy. So again, we'll see what happens. 2 p.m. Yeah, so just look it up on Google. Look it up on Google. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when it drops. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So whatever time zone you are in, type in 2 p.m. EST to blank, whatever your time zone is, and you'll figure it. And then Google will tell you what it is. Oh, you're day trading. Well, it depends on what you're doing, Matthew. Like, if you're day trading penny stocks with a $10,000 account, like, you're almost certainly going to lose. Like, there's such a little edge in doing that. Like, people make so much more money selling courses on how to day trade penny stocks than they probably do from actually day trading penny stocks. Just very little edge. Highly manipulated companies. They can slam you with offerings anytime you think about it. Any of those stocks can get manipulated by anybody with size. It's just not something that you generally want to do. And large caps are going to be far more easy to trade in all the different ways. Penny stocks are incredibly difficult, just very low edge doing so. Mostly marketing talks people into doing it, from people trying to sell courses on doing it. You know what I mean? But again, day trading large caps is probably the best bit. A lot of new, like, young traders get wrapped up into day trading penny stocks because they think that they have to, since they have a small account. And to a certain degree, you know, they're kind of right. But again, day trading penny stocks, you can do it successfully. Like, there's people who can, but it's just so difficult. The edge is so low. And again, this is coming from somebody that's day traded, swing traded, and invested almost every day for 5 years. I'm not sure. Crypto will follow the market. So we drop a good rate hike and a good tone from JP, then crypto will go up. We drop a bad rate hike with a hawkish tone from JP, you know, crypto will go down. It's just kind of how it goes right now. Dollar index will move with it, all that stuff, you know. All right, guys. Dollar index is at 111s. 111s. Yeah, nobody wants to hear that truth, though. A lot of people have invested so much of their time and energy into it that it's just really hard truth to accept. You know, kind of like a pyramid scheme, right? You try to talk somebody out of a pyramid scheme. Sometimes they get mad at you for it because it's so hard to, like, look at it objectively. They spend so much time and energy trying to, you know, get it. 100%. That's kind of what happens with penny stocks. And, you know, again, a lot of the time they just end up hating the messenger, you know, instead of looking at it objectively and being like, hey, like, I don't have any reason to lie about this. Like, there's no reason for me to, you know, if anything, it might make me lose followers because some people are so wrapped up in penny stocks that they just can't handle it, you know. And so, but I'd rather be real with people and tell people the truth, which is that penny stock, very low edge, like almost no edge trading that. Again, maybe I'm biased though. I mean, as you guys can see, I'm mostly a large cap and futures trader, and like, here's my graph. And so it's like, I'm actually, you know, pretty green trading futures on Top Step, but so I'm certainly biased against it, but, you know, I'm just kind of calling it how I see it. And maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. No, Denmark, you should be eligible. You should be eligible in Denmark. So you should be good to go. They accept Europe. Look, you can read this right here. Here's the list of countries they accept and don't accept. Like, look, there's the list. And again, if you want to check out Top Step, you can look at the link in the description. You get 20% off if you use my link in the description. It is a sponsor. I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course. But yeah, you can check out the link in the description. I went out to coffee with a pyramid scheme guy. Yeah, they'll call it multi-level marketing. A lot of it's really rampant right now in like makeup, you know. And again, what happens is it's predatory. And I'll tell you exactly how it goes. Like pyramid scheme, like multi-level marketing. It's predatory over people who are struggling, like people struggling. And this is why it's even worse, right? It's because it's like people who are struggling, maybe people who don't feel accomplished in life. Right? They desperately want to feel like they're good business people, like they're not like struggling, like they're good business people. They desperately want to feel like they've got their own business, like they're doing well. They desperately want to brag to friends and family about how well they're doing, you know, but they're just struggling right now for whatever reason. Life's tough, you know. These companies target them, unfortunately. They target them and they say, hey, you'll have your very own business. You'll have your very own business that you can do, and you'll be able to tell everybody that you're a business owner and that you're doing it. It's like, bro, you don't own your business. That's not your business. You know, that's a different business. You're doing somebody else's business work, you know, and you're making them money and you're not making anything. And so it just gets really hard. It's really, really predatory. And it's something it's just unfortunate. Like Herbalife is one, you know, Herbalife is one. They target people who are struggling. And it's like, again, the people are so desperate to believe it's true because they so desperately want to feel successful is really what it is, right? And it's unfortunate, man. I feel bad for them. I got friends and family that have gotten wrapped up in it, man. I've never fell in for one myself because I learned very early on that, number one, I'm not a salesman like that. I'm not going to burn bridges with my friends and family trying to sell them a shady investment. You know what I mean? You guys know me. I don't know anything. I have no idea what I'm talking about with anything, you know. But yeah. 2 p.m., guys. Keep it simple, Matthew, is usually the best move. You can backtest. Backtesting is useful, but keep it simple. Understand extension is one of the most powerful things of trading, right? Extension, like looking for something that's just down really, really heavily. Attacking that extension on the upside is a good move a lot of the time. Same thing on the downside. Is something up really, really big. Attacking that extension on the downside, looking for trend changes under the volume weighted average price are some of my favorite strategies. But again, they're subjective. You know, they're my strategies. I can't say what's going to work for you because everybody's got a little bit different of a personality in that regard. And something that works for me specifically might not work for you because everybody's a little bit different. We got different patience levels, different discipline levels. And so it varies. Yeah, but the problem, though, Midnight Synergy said, I've done MLM. Those that make large amounts of money are already successful. Right. And the problem with that is like the people that are making large amounts of money in pyramid schemes and multi-level marketing are people that could be making far more outside of it. Like, bro, if you can make 500 sales a month, right, which is something that they do. If you can make 500 sales a month, you don't need to sell sleazy products. You could sell whatever you want. You could sell your own product. That's not a scam. You know, and make far more money to do so. And so it's like they flash the most successful people doing it, but those people could be making far more money outside of them, right? So it's like if you're selling 500 a month, if you've got that type of network around you, you don't need to sell pyramid schemes. You know, you could sell your own hat product or whatever you want to do and not have to rip your friends and family off, you know? Like that's what they truly don't understand. They get complacent in there, but, you know, that's what they really don't understand. What treasuries data, Minnow? Oh yeah, I'm terrible at poker, bro. I don't even know what I'm talking about. What's poker, bro? You know, they call me 6'7" offsuit. Okay. You figure markets tank into and after the meeting? I'm not sure. I really don't know. Again, we don't know what they're going to do. We're almost certainly going to do 75 basis points, but how the market's going to respond is another question that nobody knows. I certainly don't know. It's also going to be dependent on what Jerome Powell states, like what he says goes on. Like what Jerome Powell says goes on is going to be influential. Yeah, sorry, Brant. We're going to remove that, bro, just so we can't promote. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of different data's coming out today. Again, guys, read the screen here. Fed rate hike decision 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys. We got about 1,600 votes. 69% think 75 basis points as expected here. Yeah, all good. Yeah, we'll be live streaming the JP meeting, Christy. And again, with that said, though, guys, we're going to go ahead and do a sponsored post here. Sponsored post. Now, again, we had one guy cry about this, and so we're going to go ahead and preface it with this understanding. Okay, we don't promote anything for the first few hours of the stream here. All right, we're just like a radio station, right? So like maybe once an hour, once every 45 minutes to an hour, we'll do a commercial. All right, I only am sponsored by companies that I truly believe in. All right, and I certainly do use Chart Prime to a certain extent in my trading, like for sure. Like, and I'll show you guys why. Okay, Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service. Trading view allows you to use a ton of different things. Like trading view, you can trade futures, you can trade stocks, you can trade crypto on. You can trade whatever instrument you're looking at. You could probably trade it on Chart Prime. Just really, really useful. All right. They are a sponsor of my video, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But if you look at this, right, they do my basic indicator service here is what I like to use a lot of the time, right? You can look at two different things, bullish engulfing candles, right? Bullish engulfing candles are momentum indicators. It'll automatically document them for you. Look, we get a bounce, and you can keep scrolling here, and it's not going to be right every time. But look, bearish engulfing, follow through drop. Bearish engulfing, follow through drop. Bullish engulfing, follow through bounce. And you can keep going back and looking at how accurate these are. Bullish engulfing, follow through bounce. They're pretty accurate. I can't guarantee you're going to make money with anything, of course. They are a sponsor of my video, but you can see here, bearish engulfing, follow through drop over the next 10 to 15 minutes is the time frame I use on a 1-minute chart for that. But that's not all they have. They also have a ton of other stuff. You can look at their market oracle. This thing automatically documents support or resistance for you, and it also shows you a predictive algorithm that's pretty spot on here. Okay, let's look at it here. Possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal up, bounce. Possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal down, bigger drop. This one was wrong. Possible reversal up, bounce, and you can keep going back. This one was wrong too. This one was right. It's not going to be right every time. Look how right this one was. Possible reversal down, huge follow through drop. It also automatically documents support or resistance. It's called Charter Prime. Really, really useful for my trading. Again, really, really useful. I do use it in futures. This is the E-mini, but you can use it in stocks, crypto, all that good stuff. Again, I'm certainly biased in their favor, but if you want to check it out, there's the link. Great way to help support your boy and support this channel. I certainly appreciate the love and support here, of course. And thank you guys so much for all the support. We'll put the link in chat if you want to check it out. Wedges. It also automatically documents like chart patterns for you as well. So like you can look at like triangles, flag patterns, all that good stuff. Look at the dollar index fall down here. So the dollar index is actually dropping right now. Look at the dollar index. It's at 111.17s here. SPY at 384.20s. GM? What happened with GM? Yeah, multi-level marketing is a sleazy, scammy thing. I'm not BSing anybody. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's terrible. It's predatory. It's horrible. You know. Again, I'm completely against it. I got a lot of friends. I've tried to talk friends out of it, and it's so hard to do. It's so hard to do. Like, they don't understand. They'd rather go burn their bridges with their family instead of like taking a second and really thinking about it. Right? Like, what they do is they literally program you to argue with people, your friends and family that are trying to protect you. Like, anybody that cares about you is going to say, hey, look, you're getting caught in some nonsense. And they literally train you how to argue against that. You know, that's how you, anything that does that, immediately sleazy, you know. SPY break it down. Again, dollar index just kind of broke lows, though, so I'm surprised we're not seeing more bullish action. Again, watch this previous closing price. We might have a choppy day today because, again, it might just be a choppy day. Ahead of these big rate hike decisions, a lot of the time we get sideways action. Dill, we're going to go live as soon as the rate hike happens. So we're going to talk about exactly what happens as soon as the rate hike comes out. We're going to cover it literally as soon as it drops. Yeah, and the tiny few that do make money could make far more money doing other stuff. Yeah, right now the big ones are like makeup, like Unique, and a bunch of other ones are sleazy. I got friends doing that. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Okay, for sure. Yeah, but we're going to stream it all live here, Dill. So, like, we'll cover the stock market reaction. We'll stream the... Again, if you look at how fast we dropped the... if you look at how fast we dropped the ADP national employment change numbers, we drop them literally within 5 seconds. You know, is if we can. You know, the rate hike, we're going to have to interpret it, but we'll cover it probably before most, in my opinion. You know, and again, you can ask anybody here. We cover the data as soon as it comes out. Literally, as soon as it comes out. That's why people tune in here. Is because we cover it very fast. And so if you want a place to get it as soon as it comes out, we'll watch the stock market reaction, and then we'll also stream the 4 earnings call live, you know, starting at 2 p.m. Yeah, with so many people asking what time it is. Like, look, read the bottom screen here, man. Again, we've had this up all day. We've literally had this up all day. We literally had this specifically up all day, but we got so many people still asking. Yeah, I feel you. I know midnight. I know you are, bro. You're good. Again, we got about 1,500 plus votes on our poll here, and then looking at the poll, you know, we got about 1,800, 1,700. About 70% of people think 75. I think we're probably going to do 75. 15% think 50. I think that's wrong, but I think if we do, I think it's possible, but I think we're just going to almost certainly do 75, you know. Yeah, EDT and EST is the same. Yeah. Dogecoin is not overrated. I know I might get some haters, and I'm going to preface this with, like, look, we don't have to agree on everything. Like, people getting mad at somebody just for disagreeing with, like, some basic thing is, you know, again, in the end, we're going to cover this like we should, which is that what is, with cryptocurrency, for me personally, the longevity of crypto depends on its utility. What makes Dogecoin different than every other cryptocurrency? What's the utility of Dogecoin? You know? Like, genuine question. I know it has some utility. It did. But what's the utility of it, really? Again, I'm open to hearing. I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just genuinely asking, what's the utility of Doge? Yeah, Elon does make it valuable, but he hasn't mentioned it lately. You know? I disagree. I think ETH has utility. I think Bitcoin has utility. Again, ETH is kind of like an app store, blockchain, smart contract technology with ETH. The fact that it's propping up a lot of other cryptocurrencies and it's kind of like I think that is valuable and has utility. Bitcoin, just blockchain technology for Bitcoin is the biggest one. Everything else is kind of arguable, of course. Who is making these shorts, bro? They're almost certainly copying off of me. I'm not even going to say who it is, but it's okay. Yeah, buy Dallas Mavericks tickets with Doge. It's kind of right. It's kind of true, honestly. ETH will fail. I disagree. All right, guys. SPY mostly sideways. Again, y'all be careful. A lot of the time on days like today, with the big rate hike decision looming, we get some less voluminous activity in the markets here. All right, guys. We got about 25 minutes left. 25 minutes until the market opens. All right, guys, dollar index. We got to move up to 111s here. 111s, guys, for the dollar index. I don't know, Richard. Google's your friend, though, sir. Thank you, Pawn. Y'all got Pawn over there working hard today, man. All right, we're also going to do pity stock movers today, guys. So let's look at some of the pity stocks that moved today specifically. All right, we got Mullen here. Mullen is moving a little bit today. So again, Mullen apparently got rid of about $13 million in company debt, a move that's going to save them more than $3.5 million in interest expenses. For Mullen, you can see Mullen gap it up a little bit, mostly break even on the day, though. Didn't really hold any of its gains. We got ARCT up there. This is Acturus Therapeutics. They are up after they announced a collaboration with CSL Seqirus. They're going to provide Forma with a license to their self-amplifying technology to support research, development, manufacturing, commercialization of some of their bioproducts for ARCT. We also have ROG gapping down pretty big here for Rogers Court. DuPont terminated their $5.2 billion acquisition of them, and so they are falling heavy here. It looks like about 40% drop. Yeah, about 40%. It looks like, give or take 40-something percent. So yeah, kind of rough with Barclays. Potentially having something to do with it, Pawn says, on DuPont and Rogers breakdown. But yeah, here's the Rogers Corporation. Huge drop here. And again, let me know anything else you guys are seeing today. We see that Paramount CEO just came out with something that said that they signed a multi-year deal with UK's Virgin Media, bringing Paramount Plus to it in 23. Ad revenue is by 300 BPS in quarter three. Ad revenue plus 1% in constant currency basis. So again, pair is at 1745, so we're watching that. Here's the dollar index. Again, mostly sideways action in this stuff today. Just not really any big movement here. Dollar index kind of break it down over the last, 30 minutes, give or take. $100 basis points, I don't think is going to happen. I don't know. Hey, thank you, Fu. We appreciate you, bro. Dollar index breaking down. We should see the SPY move up. John, I don't know. I guess what I'm watching for is the pivot that could be potentially happening to a more expanding monetary policy. You know, so again, what we're really paying attention to is Jerome Powell's words, comments in the press conference at 2:30. I think we're probably going to do 75 basis points. And with that, I don't know how the market's going to respond, whether it's going to be good or bad if we do 75. I think a large majority of the market expects it to be 75, and it probably is. But the more interesting nuance behind this Fed meeting is going to be how Jerome Powell's tone shifts relative to the last Fed meeting and what that means for the market. Again, a lot of people are speculating that a potential pivot might be in play. Again, right now we're in a contractionary monetary policy with very hawkish, aggressive rate hikes. And so in that regard, there's a lot of pressure on them to pivot to a more expansive, less aggressive rate hike territory with our Fed policy. And if that happens, then what does the rate hike look like in December? Are we going to get 50? Are we going to be more aggressive if that doesn't happen and we're going to get 100 in December? What is the Fed's plan moving forward? And I think, the press conference is going to be good insight into that. And that's what most people are going to be paying attention to. I think when we get the actual rate hike announcement, it's almost certainly going to be 4%. And so with that, it's going to be 75 basis point increase. And that's kind of as expected. But again, we'll see. Time will tell. Core inflation going up, no pivot. After the better than expected earnings and the job industry still growing, I highly doubt they're going to pivot. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, we did have a lot of really good earnings, mostly positive earnings, which, while it's good for companies, it might be bad for inflationary pressure, And again, I do want to take a second to thank you guys so much for helping me hit 90,000 subscribers. We're already at 90.1K, so thank you guys so much. I truly appreciate the love and support, man. Been an amazing few weeks of growth, few months. Really, the last 4 months have been crazy great. Again, it's to the point now where we'll probably hit 100K either in December or January, which is just amazing. We'll get that check mark, and that'll be fun. And aside from that, even outside of sub growth, like views, man, we're getting 250,000 views a month now, which is amazing. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate the love. And let's keep the growth up, guys. Thank you so much. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. 0.75. Yeah, it's probably priced in already. 50 in December. We'll see. I hope that's true, but I don't think it is. You guys want to see Jack during Halloween? Yeah, we did do trick-or-treating. How was y'all's Halloween? Did y'all have fun? Hopefully we don't get any tricks today. Here's Jack during Halloween. I got a picture of Maddie. I don't know where it is. I got to find it. Maddie was Daphne. But there's Jack for Halloween. Again, he was Steve, I think is his name. Is it Steve? I don't know Minecraft. Minecraft's a little bit past me. A little bit after my time. I don't know what the market's going to do. No idea. Hey, thank you, Fish. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, sir. Google's your friend. For everybody asking what time it comes out, Google's your friend, guys. No, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the market's going to do right now, though. Nobody knows what the market's going to do after the opening bell. We can all guess, but again, my guess would be we're going to have a choppy day because, again, ahead of these big Fed rate hike decisions, a lot of people are apprehensive and nervous to trade, and so they're not going to push super heavy ahead of that. Mostly sideways activity kind of is what we get during stuff like this. And so, again, we'll see. Yesterday we had big breakdowns, but it'll be fun to watch. All right, so non-farm payrolls for October are due to be released on November 4th. So that is Friday. We got non-farm payroll numbers. Remember that Thursday we got jobless claims data. So tomorrow we got jobless claims. Friday we got non-farm. It'll be big. We'll cover all that. That'll be nice. Yes, sir. Are you trading anything today? Yeah, we're waiting for the opening bell mostly. We're not really trying to trade. Hey, thank you, Jordan. Yeah, we're streaming the press conference, Mitchell. Again, everybody subscribe if you want to cover it. We're going to cover. What's up, Daniel? But yeah, we're going to trade futures at the open. All right, guys. Again, we're going to get ready to trade on Top Step today. Again, we had a really nice $400 day yesterday on Top Step. We're going to get ready to trade again. We got the E-mini chart up here. Market has kind of turned since then. Here's the E-mini chart. We got our position list up here. We'll get our trades list up here too. Again, we'll see if we can keep our green streak alive. We're on like 7 or 8 day green streak here. We'll see if we can get it, keep it alive. Wish me luck today. We'll try. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? Yeah, you can see the E-mini at about 3,800 right now. Again, here's our profit graph so far. We are going to be trading on the Top Step Combine. Top Step Combine. Again, Top Step is a funded account program for futures. They give you a demo if you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules and pass both phases. Then they fund you the same amount. Base one's $50K. Again, if you want to see what we do here, we are in this top one right here. So this is ours right here. We're in the 150K combine right here. So we get 15 contracts max. Profit target is 9K. Max trailing drawdown is 4,500. Daily loss limit is 3K. We haven't got anywhere near that. So we're taking it slow and steady. This base one, again, if you use my link, it's 20% off. I'm certainly biased in their favor though, because they are a sponsor of mine. And so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But if you want to check them out, here is the link. Great way to help support the channel. And again, I think this is a really good middle ground. I think the reason this is valuable is because I think some traders are going to try this, lose, and then stop trading. And I think that's good. It's a lot better than traders putting up 10K themselves in the futures market, risking that, losing thousands, and then giving up. This is a much cheaper option to get your feet wet, have some pressure to succeed, not the full extent. It's a challenge. But I think it makes a lot of sense if you're just now getting started in the futures market to get your feet wet with this first. The base one's 130 something if you use my link and get 20% off. And it's just a lot cheaper to try this out than it is to put up 10K plus yourself in futures. And remember, there's no PDT rule in futures, and I'm essentially trading the S&P 500. And so you can essentially trade these big echo releases in futures without needing 25K like you do in stocks. Hey, nice, Mark. Congrats, bro. Yesterday I've been biased, went long and with big loss. Sorry to hear that, man. Backflip? Bro, I can't backflip. I'd hurt myself, dude. Again, we'll see if we get something good today. Getting a little bit of a rebound in the E-mini, starting to move back up. Again, we got 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes before the market opens. Y'all be ready. How you guys doing this week? Green or red so far this week? Thank you, Emmanuel. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, we hit 90K. I'm super pumped for it, man. Thank you guys so much. We hit 90K. It's amazing, team. Really is. Like, this is where we're at now already. Just between yesterday's stream and today, we're already at 90.1K. So, hey, thank you guys so much. Truly means a lot. Really, really grateful for you all. And thank you guys so much. We're pushing towards 100K pretty fast. So, again, thank you guys so much. We appreciate the love and support. We really do. Green, slightly red. Green week so far. Nice. Back and ready for the open. What's up, JD? Have you any interest in cars or motorcycles? I love cars. Motorcycles I've never really ridden, but I was kind of like a tuner person. I used to have a 97 Honda Prelude 5-speed. Loved it. Brought it to the track. Buddy had a GSR Type R. Had a couple friends that had Cobras. Kind of a motorhead when I was younger. Used to race a little bit. E-mini's bouncing back up. So S&P 500 is bouncing back up. We're watching this volume weighted average price level. And what I've been doing lately in the market is I've been identifying a range and then attacking that range is what I've been doing. It's very powerful and effective. Identifying a range and then attacking that range. Hopefully so, Fish, man. Hopefully so. Yeah, I always wanted a WRX. At this point in time, I want a Tesla Plaid, though. 9 seconds flat, stock, quarter mile. What? Ridiculously fast. I'm a little scared to drive that thing. 9 seconds, 9.2 seconds flat. Stock for the Plaid is just obscenely fast. People underestimate how fast that is, man. Again, a 10-second car, like Fast and Furious made everybody think that a 10-second car was just kind of normal. It's not. 10-second cars are very rare. They're basically drag cars. And so a Plaid to a 9.2 stock is obscenely fast. Obscenely fast. Yeah. Yeah, those old Camaros can run, bro. Turbo 6-liter into my 05 BMW E60. Hey, good luck, Stash. All right, we got the E-mini bouncing back up, testing VWAP. No, I mean a quarter mile. Quarter mile stock, 0 to 60 in 9.2 seconds for the Tesla Plaid. Quarter mile stock, 9.2 seconds. 0 to 60 in 2.2, I believe, is what it is. So, yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying. Obscenely fast. Obscenely fast. Oh, those things are fun, man. Preludes are fun, bro. Again, I had a 5-speed... Preludes have VTEC, right? So valve timing, right? And so it's like, it sounds like a turbo, but it's not. I convinced all my friends it was a turbo, But like VTEC, what it really is like a cam lobe is like a stick with guitar picks, basically. And they spin and they open up your valves. And your valves are what sprays air and fuel into your motor, And so by that logic, the more air and fuel that goes into the motor, the more power you're going to get short term. And so what the VTEC does, when you hear a Honda car has VTEC, and I think they all have VTEC now, is it's like the cam lobe is a little bit larger. That keeps your valves open a little bit longer, and so more air and fuel is sprayed into your motor at that point in time. It's usually at like a specific RPM, and that just gives you this big power boost. I used to love that in the Preludes, man. They used to fly. You bring it up to like I can't remember where it kicked in at, but it was fun, man. It's been a while. I was really wanting to get a WRX. They're pretty safe cars too, but I just didn't. I was going to, but it's been a while since I've had a fast car. All right, the E-Mini consolidating right under VWAP. We must have, Dan. Are you guys looking to short today? If the market breaks down, I will. It depends on what we get though. Chesapeake Energy says if gas prices fell to low mid 3 million BTU would likely pull back some activity. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Armando? All right, guys. Testing volume weighted average price right now. Testing volume weighted average price right now. Again, we'll see what happens. We got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. VTEC is what I meant. VWAP is the volume weighted average price. VTEC is valve timing and electronic control. If you're talking about Hondas or JDM cars. Yeah, that's 100% pawn. Yeah, I went from sports cars to minivans. No, we don't have a minivan. We got an SUV, but certainly not fast. Carol's like, "Ooh, it's fast." I'm like, "No, it's not." Yeah. Honestly, you'd be surprised at how fast some of these SUVs are nowadays, especially relative to what we considered fast 20 years ago. Anyways, E-Mini starting to test highs. S&P 500 is mostly choppy and sideways. And again, I wouldn't expect much less today. Choppy days heading into these Fed rate hike decisions, man. These Fed rate hike decisions got a lot of people really nervous about trading big size. And so a lot of the time you'll see lower volume ahead of these meetings and then higher volume, of course, after the rate hike is announced today. And so I wouldn't expect much less from that. I'm going to trade smaller size today just because it's just very possible we're going to get choppy action. Yeah, that VWAP. Is the FOMC meeting in several hours? Yes, it's at 2 p.m. Again, if you look at my title, guys, my title is FOMC Day, Fed rate hike 2 p.m. And literally in my title, it says when the Fed rate hike is going to be. Fed rate hike decision at 2 p.m. So literally in the title, it says when the actual Fed rate hike is going to be. Not only that, but right underneath me, just to weatherman it really quick, Bob Ross it right here. If you look right here, you'll see the Fed rate hike decision time right here. Over here, you see that right underneath me. It might say what time it starts, guys. It might. If you're in a different time zone, Google might be able to tell you exactly what the difference is in the time zones. Anyways, mostly sideways activity right now. Kind of testing VWAP here. You can see it. Happy little fees. Oh, happy little Fed rate hike decision right here. OPEC survey, October output is expected at 20,000 BPD month over month to 29.7 million BPD, the first decline since June. Ford's total U.S. sales are down 10% to 158.327 thousand. Says EV momentum continued with sales of EV lineup up 120% year over year. What's Ford doing? I am holding Ford. That's the one swing trade I am in. It's still green, but it looks like we're down a little bit today. VWAP versus VTEC. All right, guys. 3 minutes. Really 2 minutes. What's the L stand for? LTEC? So VTech, valve timing, electronic control. What is LTech? Now I gotta look this up. I don't even know. I haven't had a Honda in so long. Yeah, you must be trolling me. Hey, what's up, DS? All right, guys. Good luck, team. All right, we got the E-mini. It's at 3,800. We got about 600 people here, give or take. Again, market opens up in about a minute and a half. Amazon ripping up today, though. Look at Amazon. So Amazon is actually doing okay right now. It's at 97.40s. Tyler, you got to be trolling us, right? Yeah, you got to be trolling us. All right, guys. There's the opening bell. Starting to get some downward activity here. Downward activity. Amazon popping up. Meta moving up a little bit. We got consolidation, as always, in the first minute or so. Looking at the dollar index right now. Dollar index moving up. SPY moving down. Red action here at the opening bell for the market. S&P at 3850s. Bouncing back up a little bit. The VWAP is, above us. Again, we're going to wait 10 minutes, let things play out at the very least first. That's worked really, really well for me lately. It's just letting trends play out in the first 10, 20 minutes. Again, downward pressure so far at the open. You can see this downward drop right now. Oh, I forgot my banner today, man. My bad. There we go. All right, big drops at the opening bell, guys. Big drops. All right, big red action here at the opening bell. That first 2 minutes is rough right now, guys. Big red action ahead of the open. Okay, all good, Tyler. I was going to say, bro, they better not postpone it, bro. They already postponed one Astros game. I kind of hope they do. I kind of like to go to the World Series with my dad, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. If it's Sunday, we can. If we go Monday, we could. So if we somehow get the World Series postponed to Monday, one of the games at least, then maybe we'll go. All right, guys, big red action here at the opening bell in the first 3 minutes. First 2.5 minutes, big red action right now. Dollar index moving up is at 111.20s right now. SPY bouncing back a little bit, but again, our hands are off right now. We're not going to trade this. All right, again, the Dixie is still moving up over the last 10, 15 minutes here. SPY still moving down, dropping pretty dramatically. iTech. Okay, gotcha. You might be a little bit behind in stream. Oh, intelligent VTech. So it's I VTech is really what it is. All right, market's still breaking down. SPY all the way down to 382.30s or 382.70s here. Big red action on the market right now, guys. Big red action. Look at this. Huge red action here. Again, we're not going to take this. It's too extended on the downside. Dollar index is moving up, though. So we are getting big red action right now. We're not trading yet. Big red action here. Again, we can see if we get a little bounce back. Right now, we don't really have much of a trend. We are in a pretty red market. Again, we don't really have any trend to attack, though. That's the first 5 minutes essentially playing out. Almost all of them were red candles. Dollar index is still popping up pretty big. Yeah, we're letting the 10 minutes pass first. Almost no chance of that. Yeah, no chance of that, basically. I guess it's not going to happen again. We're probably going to do 75. What's most important is how the Fed responds to it and how this, what Jerome Powell says after that is what matters the most ultimately here. Getting a little bit of a bounce back here. I don't mind shorting this one contract. Again, we're going to take a small share size here with one, not add any more to it. A little bit early for my trading, you know, but sometimes I'll take it in the first 5 minutes. It just depends on what the market looks like. There we go. Starting to get some breakdowns here. Up a little bit, but a very small little pokey trade. Such a neutral kind of activity here. Dollar index is still pumping up. This should cause this to drop down now, but we're gonna cut it. Lost 15 bucks. Again, broke my rule, but that's okay. Yeah, dollar index was pumping up. Again, we'll probably reject here, I'm guessing, especially after this. But I need another 4 minutes to play out before I should really start trading. So we're going to let that play out first. Actually, I don't know. I kind of like this upwick here. This upwick is a pretty weak sign. And so we'll take a little bit earlier of a trade here just because this upwick is a very weak sign right now. There we go. All right, took a little bit of profit there. Yeah, that upwick signaled the trade to get into, and we're looking at chart prime as well, so very helpful because this upwick. We got the big upwick. We're going to let it break down some. There we go. Big drop. All right, so we just got out. We're break even right now on the day, and that's fine. Nine minutes and in 24 minutes, big data. Let's see what we got. We got crude oil inventories dropping in about an hour. Nothing big drops in until 10:30 market time. So the only big data coming out is at 10:30. Crude oil inventories are, and that's relevant. That'll be interesting to watch to see what happens, but nothing until then. Hey, what's up, Tiny? Hey, what's up, Lurk? Yeah, dollar index still pumping up. I'm sure we'll still see some drops right now in stocks. Everything looks kind of weak. Dollar index is still pumping up some. We'll start to take another little trade into a bounce here if we get it. See if we get a flush rejection here after shorting into that pop. Nice little quick green here. All right, we just got out there, so up a little bit on the day. Yoni, I think you're talking about yesterday. I think you're looking at the wrong day. Manufacturing doesn't drop today. That was yesterday. You were thinking of yesterday. Or it might have been Monday when manufacturing PMI dropped. We covered it yesterday. I think it was yesterday. But yeah, I think you're actually on the wrong day. Today is Wednesday, by the way. All right, 2 contracts here. We're up a little bit. We'll scale up some. Looking for a breakdown. There we go. Took one off. Took the rest off. Made about 20 there. Up about 30 or 40 on the day. I've never used range charts. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm checking. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you're talking about manufacturing PMI at 945 yesterday. And then construction spending at 10. Yeah, that was yesterday. And then ISM manufacturing PMI at 10. So yeah, you were referencing yesterday, Yanni. No. So what we got today, what we have today is we've got crude oil. It's mostly oil numbers coming out today. So it's crude oil imports, crude oil inventories at 10:30. Distillate fuel production, gas production, heating oil stockpiles, refinery utilization rates, and gasoline inventories. Aside from that, we don't have anything else until the Fed rate hike decision for U.S. data, at least. I'm not going to say you could find that at the bottom, perp, but it might be there. It could be. Again, 2 p.m. is when the data comes out, guys. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You got to take the 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and then go to Google and type in 2 p.m. 2 p.m. EST to blank, whatever your time zone is. And voila, it'll give you what time in your time the rate hike will be announced. Google is your friend, guys. Come on now. All right, guys, get some consolidation here. I do like this move. We're going to short it, though. 2 contracts here. Short. Looking for a rejection flush. Back down to test lows in the range now. We're at the top of the range. Looking for this to flush. Again, we have the top of the range here. So we're kind of shorting it near the top. I want to give it time, but I'm trying to give it time to reject, but I'm hands over the cover button too if it doesn't. That's a little bit better. I like that up wick. That's a pretty weak sign. There we go. Like I said, saw the weakness. Cover a piece. Rode that breakdown, made another little $20 bill there. Not bad. So far today, we are up about $40. So again, dollar index moving up big. Again, we've been right about everything so far. We haven't had one losing trade yet. Today, at least, our win-loss ratio is 6 right now, so 6-1. Probably Elvar. Hey, what's up, Abe? Market's starting to break down. Again, you can see the range that we're watching right here. So we'll watch for a range break and then attack that. We will try to trade the regular E-mini now that we have somewhat of a cushion here. Got to scale up our size. And so we will try to trade the regular one now. There's the range. Go away. There we go. Consolidation. Though team, so we do have some consolidation here. All right, wish me luck. We're 15 minutes into the open. We got profit on the day. We're going to try to start trading the regular E-mini now, which is noticeably larger size. Big green candlestick, so we're not going to mess with this yet. We're at the top of the range, but we've tested it too many times. So once we test it too many times, I kind of take my foot off the gas a little bit, and I don't push too hard. Again, dollar index is testing highs right now, though. So if the dollar index breaks the top here, that's a very weak sign. And so we're kind of using this to play off of right now, too. I like that up wick here. Very weak sign. And there's the breakdown. Should have attacked that, too. A little bit of FOMO kicking in, but again, we were testing the top of the range, and so for me, it was just not profitable yet. Bottom range test right now. Just broke the bottom of the range. Oh, I wanted to short it so much, man. I just hesitated a little bit. That's okay. Still breaking down here. Big breakdown. Ah, man. It could be Ren. Depends on how you want to look at it, but a lot of people are going to stay flat ahead of this. Missed the range break at the bottom. That's all right. I'm going to scale back down. I wanted to scale up in size, but frankly, I don't think I'm mentally, I'm a little frustrated with FOMO, and generally in FOMO, I take added risks that I don't need. So with that, I'm just going to be patient. It looks like it was the better move, though, actually, because this thing just completely chopped out. So looks like it was the right move. Again, we're in a very sideways neutral range here. All right, we get one contract here. Look for a flush back down. Yeah, we should probably scale up, though. This little baby gains ain't going to do much for us here. Yeah, we'll just get out there. I need to scale back up. Again, so neutral right now, though. We really need to wait for a firm break. I mean, we've been very, very accurate today. If you look at our P&L, we haven't had one losing trade. We're literally at 7-1 reward to risk. So we're doing good, but we just got one contract of the regular E-mini. Looking for a flush breakdown towards the bottom of these low levels. Trying to give it time to flush break. Right around the lows. I want to give it time to break down here. And luckily we got a cushion on the day already. But again, we're such in a choppy range that I'll probably have to cut this pretty soon. All right, so we lost 130 there. Not really what we wanted. Again, we tried to scale up, and again, we were green. One trade we scaled up in, we're red, which is kind of how the market goes sometimes. I think you can only laugh at it. Dollar index actually started to break down, which is kind of causing the market to move up a little bit. If the dollar index starts to rebound back up, then we'll get some more chances here. Is AMC moving? Oh, man, and maybe we were right about our directional move here. I don't want to get stuck in FOMO, though, but this is weak. Right around lows, we just shorted here. Let's see if we could flush into it. Right around lows. We're seeing if we can break the bottom of the range here. We're so close to it. New candle opened up. This is the candlestick we want to see it break the low. Starting to come down. Again, this is the candlestick we want to see it break the low. It's testing the bottom of the range, and it's trying. But buys come in right when we're getting close. The dollar index is moving up, though, so this is good. This is when we want to see it break the low of the range. We're close. We got to be patient. Let it break. There we go. Started to break. Starting to push down. Again, we got ourselves a little bit green. We'd like a little bit more. Consolidating. About break even here. Dollar index is moving up, so this should be good for me here. But if this doesn't work, I don't know what we're going to do. You know, we got that bottom of the range level that we'd like to see break, but we're pretty close to break even. And, like, it looks weak. It does look weak, but, like, you never know what we're going to get here. Dollar index breaking highs, and so it looks good, but time will tell how the dollar index actually responds to it. We want to see a push down here. The dollar index is consolidating right at the highs, and so this looks weak. But we're just kind of consolidating. We're slightly green. There's a little bit more green. We want to see a firmer breakdown, though. And every time it gets to the bottom, it kind of fakes us out here. There we go. Starting to test the bottom again. There we go. Getting a better break. Yeah, we're going to cut this. It's just getting too frustrating. So, again, we're down like 100 and something small. But the last like 20 minutes, we got to just patiently wait now. Again, we're going to probably slow it down like we should be today because yesterday we made $400. I really don't want to like lose that. And so we can just be patient and wait. I don't go long under VWAP, you know. Not saying it won't work, but it's just not really my style. I got to stick to what made me, you know, this graph here. So it's like we're down today, but like I really got to stick with what made me this graph here, you know, which is mostly just being patient and attacking trends when it works, you know. And everybody's different. Every trader's a little bit different, you know, and that's okay. But again, we haven't had a losing day in 7 days. It might be time for our losing day right now. I know what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to trade the E-mini right now. I'm going to scale back down to the regular. I like this upwick, and so we'll attack the upward trend or the downward trend. We might have gotten a little bit late here. You can see how one thing, though, is regardless of how I'm doing, you can see how these upwicks influence price action, guys. So again, this is a weak sign. Whoa, that's a little bit too large. You can see how weak sign this is. When you see an upwick, and this is what Chart Prime does really well, is that Chart Prime identifies this weakness for you. These upwicks are usually very weak, negative, bearish signs. Because for the candlestick to go up all the way and then get rejected like that to form that upwick, it's just a really weak sign. It means pressure on the downsides coming in. We'll take 2 contracts here. I see the dollar index start to bounce back up a little bit. The dollar index has a big down wick, and so usually that's indicative of strength in the dollar index and weakness in the market. Yeah, there goes the weakness in the dollar index. Again, we'll see if we catch the breakdown here. I mean, this might have been something we could have stayed into the regular E-mini with, but yeah, that's exactly what it means, Matt, is that it's indecisive right now. But what I'm saying is when you see the candlestick move up here, you're usually going to get at least a couple minutes of follow-through bearish action. You know, so like you start to see these candlesticks here, you're usually going to get at least a couple minutes of like bearish action. So you see, we got the candle wick here. We got 1, 2, 3 red candles. We got the candle wick here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of indecisive candles. So again, we get this down wick here. We get a couple upward moves. And so that's kind of how you use it short term for scalping like I am. Again, pretty close to break even day, especially relative to like my loss yesterday. Another big down wick. Choppy day, like I said. Luckily, I scaled small most of my size today. Like we're down very, very small relative to what we've been making. And again, it's kind of exactly what I suggested, which is that it's going to be a sideways neutral day. Glad I traded small today and we didn't go super hard. At this point in time, it's completely untradeable, you know. So I'm going to just halt my trading altogether. Very neutral range. You can actually see the range here, where it might be slightly downward trending, but it's very choppy and neutral. You can also see the range that we drew here that are going to be relevant if we ever actually do break in one direction. We've got the top of the range here. You got the bottom of the range here. And like when we break down, if we actually do something like this, you know, then that can be powerful, but we really got to wait for it. And so yeah, just like I said, I'm withholding my trading for now. Y'all be safe and be careful. There's the breakdown we're finally getting. Starting to test the bottom of that range now. Maybe we'll get some type of directional move. Oh man, my headphone's dying. All right, we're gonna have to stop this and then reshare the screen so you guys can hear the music. The music is so much better on these headphones though. Yeah, market's breaking down right now. Dollar index is moving up. Potentially fish. I mean, that could. Yeah, I'm using Quant Tower. We're using Top Step. I'm using Quant Tower and Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. And so, you know, they give you a demo. And if you can hit their target on the demo while following their rules and conditions, then they fund you. This is my graph so far. We're down a little bit today, but it's small. And it's our first losing day in like 7 days, you know, so losing days are inevitable. We're going to get them eventually. We're actually right about the direction. We just kind of got chopped out leading up to it. But yeah, it's a funded account program. It's the most legit one in the world. They pay out millions every year to their funded traders. And withdrawals, they fund thousands and thousands of traders, regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And again, they give you a demo if you can hit the target while following their rules. They fund you. Base one's $50K. It's only 130 something a month, and it's a lot cheaper to try this out. And even if you lose, which I think most people will, than it is to put up the money yourself and risk that, because a lot of new traders just have no discipline. And so it's just a good way to get your feet wet in the futures market, which again has no PDT rule. And I'm essentially trading the S&P 500. And so if you want to check it out, there's the link. Again, finally starting to get a breakdown in markets here. It took long enough too, man. But we're finally starting to get somewhat of a breakdown here. And that's great. I mean, we're maybe going to attack something, but I'm not sure, Gary. I'm pretty sure you could. I'm not 100% though. It depends. Just reach out to them and ask them. They're a sponsor of my video. So they are a sponsor of mine. But yeah, reach out to them, man. The Fed rate's going to come out at 2 p.m. today, guys. 2 p.m. Yeah, shorts look like the way to go, and that's what I've been saying. That's what I was saying, Omar. I never trade against the trend, man. So like, you can go long where you did, but a lot of the time you're going to be trading against the trend. And so I'm not trading against the trend, man. I always trade with the trend. So if we're under volume weighted average price, I short. If we're over volume weighted average price, I go long. And sometimes I get chopped out like today. But again, I mean, you can see my profit graph on Top Step so far, you know. So again, here's me since we started. You know, and so again, trading with the trend is usually the right move. I mean, you can trade against the trend. It's just difficult, and most people lose. I'm not saying you can't do it. I think some people could probably do it successfully, but yeah, big pop back up. Now I might short into this. We'll short into this and see what happens. Again, we're trading small already. We've already scaled down our size just because it's just not a good day to trade. Not a good day for us to trade, at least. What's up, JT? All right, just kind of sit and break even in this trade now, waiting for a rejection or something to happen. I mean, I don't know what we're going to get. It's such a chop fest leading into this that, you know, we're trying to be patient with everything. But again, it's such a chop fest leading into it. Slight downtrend, and there's the drop. You can see we get a little bit of a drop here on the downward trend pressure. Could be trading larger, I guess. We're going to take our little baby trade off and then cut it. Again, we could be trading larger. We're just kind of baby trading right now. There's a slight downward trend to attack, but it's so choppy. Oh, I got him back, Chris. I did get my AirPods back. Shorting top and long bottoms works for me. I'll short the top of the range, which is up here. But I'll never long the bottoms. I think that's risky because I think like lows of the day have like a vacuum that pulls it. towards it, right? So like as we start to approach these lows, there's kind of like a vacuum that kind of pulls it back down, and then it'll kind of go like that, and then can keep going down, right? So if you go long at the lows here, a lot of the time there's going to be like a vacuum that pulls it down to where it finally breaks like that. You know what I mean? And that's too risky to buy down here or here. You know, I would instead rather short at the top and ride in the trend direction. You know, like we can break down here. I can short into the top up here and then ride the trend down, cover at the bottom, short at the top up here, ride the trend down, cover at the bottom, and like rinse it like that. If I can execute that correctly. I do like this trade a lot. This is a very, very weak sign. So we're going to short into this because we got 2 up wicks. So you can see here we're kind of at the top of the range. I'll short into that and then try to cover at the bottom if I can do it right. But we'll cover it, and that'll be it for the day, most likely. I mean, we'll stick around for the next 10 minutes, but just too much of a sideways range. Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. Again, we kept it pretty small. Yesterday, we had such a nice day that I kind of knew we might get some choppy action. We're still only down about $180 today, so it's like yesterday we ended up making about 4. And sometimes like losing days are how it goes. Like if you look at my actual stats, like if we pull up my actual stats here, I mean, you can see my graph, number one, but if you look at like how long it's been since I had a losing day, it's kind of time for it. Like, look, we win with this strategy that we use right now. We win 68% of the time, 68% of days. So roughly 70% of days were green. If you look at our actual graph, yesterday we made 350. Day before that, we made 44. Day before that, we made 180. Day before that, we made 208. Day before that, we made 208 again. Day before that, we made 127. Day before that, we made 122. Right? So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green days in a row. Last losing day was, ironically, I think last Wednesday or Tuesday. And so my point is like losing days are inevitable. Like losing $180 today is actually really nice, especially relative to how much we make on our winning days. Again, yesterday, 350 net, 44 the day before, 180 the day before, 208 the day before, 208 the day before, 127 the day before, 122 the day before. So 180 is perfect for that. You know, like 1-to-1 ratio wise, 180 is perfect. And so we're doing really well. Again, it's a patience thing. A lot of new traders will like watch the stream and just wait for me to have a losing day and then say, oh, this guy sucks at trading. And it's like, look, if you're analyzing my overall skill at one day, you're doing it wrong. Most of the time, you know, one day is insignificant and anybody can scale up or double their size and have a green day. What's very difficult is to have consistent green days nonstop over and over again. That's very hard to do. And so, you know, what really helps me trading is what I'm doing today, which is saying, hey, look, I'm down $180. It's a big Fed release day. It's probably not the day to take swings. It's not the day to try to win back my $180. It's probably one of the days to say, hey, look, we had a good 7-day green streak run. Time to step away and, you know, not force it, because forcing days like today are what makes people lose tons of money. You know, a lot of traders are green traders. They just can't do what I'm doing today, which is just not trade after a certain point. You know, you start to get, once I start to hit 150 in losses, I'm just kind of like, oh, look, I make money basically 70% of days. And so there's no reason to not accept a losing day sometimes and just have to win every single day. It's not a reasonable expectation for trading. And it's something that, like, as traders, you got to really condition and ingrain in yourself, you know, and you got to ignore the chat. You know, you got to ignore the people acting like they're just green nonstop. You know, you got to ignore the people who tell you they got like a 90% accuracy rate and a 5-to-1 reward to risk ratio nonstop. It's, you know, in the end, you got to look at it, say, hey, look, 70% of days green is perfect for me. I'm super happy with that. It's a very reasonable expectation, you know, and yeah, I'm proud of my trading for sure. Yeah, 100%. And look, we were actually right about our directional trades too. Like if you look at this, if we would have stayed in our short position here, this is why we trade with the trend. If we would have stayed in our short position, it would have worked. It would have worked, but the risk of it kind of going like this or something like that is too high. You know, so we cut it, and that's okay. You know, choppy days are choppy days, and that's fine. We are trending down though, but we're mostly sideways over the last like hour, give or take. You know what I mean? Hopefully the Astros win tonight, man. We need to win. Hey, all good, Stravos. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, we're mostly gonna close it down. I mean, I just don't see any big edge, you know, today. Again, like we said many times, ahead of these big Fed rate hike decisions, it's better to just understand that we're gonna get apprehensive trading. You know, it's one of the reasons I traded small most of the day today is because there frankly wasn't a lot of edge to capitalize on and ahead of these Fed meetings. It's mostly sideways neutral activity a lot of the time, just sideways neutral activity, no real good edge we found, you know, and so. Well, I mean, I explain myself mostly because I think it's valuable to traders to understand like how it really goes. And you know, like I said, there's a lot of gurus in trading that will just try to pretend like you like in order like the real traders just have nonstop, never-ending, you know, 6-month green streaks. You know, and a lot of the times they're using that to sell you a course or a service of some sort. But it's important for people to understand the true process of it, right? Like even my 7-day green streak is not normal. You know, most of the time it's like 2-3 green days, 1 red, 2-3 green days, 1 red. You know, maybe sometimes 2 red. Sometimes I have a losing week. We had a losing week, not last week, but the week before. Last week we're actually perfect. If you look at our graph, here is last week. And so it's good for traders to understand the process. Like last week, here's last week, which was the 26th through the 30th, right? We were red a little bit, but we actually didn't lose at all on a daily basis, right? So we were green every day last week. We were green. If you look back and we started 26, where was it? Or no, last week was the 31st, or no, last week was the 24th, my bad. So if we look at the 24th, green, we made about 160 bucks. 25th, again, we made about 140. 26. We made about 250, 260. 27th, which was Thursday, we made about 230. 28th, which was Friday, we made whatever it is gross. We made a 140. So we actually had a nice little perfect week last week. This was the week as a whole. So we did pretty good. Again, market's still sideways and choppy. We're trading the E-mini mostly, micro E-mini, E-mini. No, I ended up cutting Snap at about 980s, 990s is when I cut Snap, somewhere around there. But we made a bunch on it. Yeah, this is the S&P 500. Again, this is the futures market, guys. So again, there's no PDT in futures, right? So you day trade short the futures market. If you look at the SPY and you look at this, it's the same chart. This is the same chart essentially as the S&P 500 or the SPY. But you can day trade futures with no PDT restrictions. And again, Top Step's a funded account program for them, right? So they give you a demo. If you can hit their target on the demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 up to 150K with 90% profit split. Again, they're the most legitimate funded account program in the world, in my opinion. And I truly think they're going to help traders. Like, I only accept sponsors from things I actually like. I truly think they're going to be good for traders because, again, it's one of those things where a lot of traders that don't know about this are going to put up $10,000 or $20,000 themselves as new traders and just lose thousands of dollars, right? This is a good middle ground. It's not quite just a pure paper trading account, right? You got some pressure on you to succeed, but like it's not the full extent of like real 10K plus and risk. You know what I mean? So it's a good middle ground. And to do that, like some paper trading accounts are $100, you know? And so to try this out, base one's $130, paper account, but with a little bit added pressure, I think is very reasonable. But of course, I'm sponsored by them. And so I'm biased in their favor, of course. But if you want to check them out, here's the link. Great way to help support the channel. Yeah, I'm going to wait until after the Fed meeting. Again, we got a big breakdown. So I was actually right about my short trades direction here. So I was certainly right about the directional moves on my short positions. But yeah, we'll see what we get, guys. We'll see what we get. Again, we're just going to take it easy. Have a good day. Again, we can pull this up here. We're in a little bitty forward position here that we're looking at. We're green in it, but very small. If you look at the dollar index here, dollar index at 111.30s, 111.30. So, you know, we can kind of watch and peep all this stuff out, but market's mostly sideways and neutral. I'm going to go ahead and close it down right now, guys. We will be back later on for the Fed meeting. And so y'all be ready. We will be back later on for the Fed meeting. So again, y'all be ready for that. Again, check out Chart Prime. One of the ways you can trade futures, and this thing is really, really powerful if you look at it, right? One of the ways we trade futures is using Chart Prime. And if you look at Chart Prime relative to like, we can keep going back. Like you can look at how accurate this service is. Just really, really powerful service. All right, so here's a great example. All right, so Chart Prime number one, it'll just have candlestick indicators. And these candlestick indicators are really, really powerful. Again, bullish engulfing, bullish hammer candles, bearish engulfing. It'll tell you when they are. And when there's two really close together like this, it could just have a lot of edge. It could just have a lot of edge. So you can see these two really close together right here. It could just have a lot of edge. And what do we get moving from that? We got big rebounds back up, all the way back up to here, right? From those bullish engulfing candles. If we keep scrolling back here, they also have predictive algorithms that you can use for their trading, right? So if you put up the indicator list, and this is a premium indicator service on TradingView, which has stocks, crypto, futures, all that good stuff. This is a predictive algorithm. It also automatically documents support or resistance. But you can see here, possible reversal down, big follow through drop. You know, and you can keep looking at this to see how accurate it is too. It's pretty powerful. Of course, it's a sponsor of mine, so I'm naturally biased in their favor. But when you get multiple indicators here at once, like look at all these indicators saying bullish, and then look at the follow through bounce up. And so again, you can use these really, really powerful when you're trading to predict moves in markets. And of course, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. They are a sponsor of my video. This one was wrong. This one was wrong. But this one was right. This one was right. This one was right. This one was right. This one was wrong. This one was right. This one was right. This one was right. Again, I like using these where there's two grouped together, right? Bullish engulfing and possible reversal up and right around a support level. Big follow through bounce up like we got. Possible reversal down, follow through drop. And so again, you can use these to find edge in trading. I use them a ton in the futures market. If you want to check it out, it's called Chart Prime. They are a sponsor of my video. We try to keep all the plugs towards the end of the stream. It is a premium indicator service. It's like $50 a month. If you use my link, it's like you get 20% off of it as well. There's the link in chat. Again, we will be back later on today, guys. So y'all be safe in the market. Remember, take it slow and steady. The market can be very, very volatile right now. Very, very risky in these markets, guys. So y'all stay safe. Again, leading into this Fed rate hike decision, there could be choppy action like we've been getting. We're getting a slight downtrend. There could be choppy action. Y'all stay safe in the market, guys. Remember, a lot of times people are nervous to take big size on days like today because they don't know what the Fed is going to do. They don't know what the rate hike is going to be. They don't know what the tone of Jay Powell is going to be later on today. And so y'all be very, very careful. Again, we will start the stream back up later on today. We will cover everything here. We'll cover the Fed rate hike decision at 2 p.m. We'll cover the actual press conference. You'll be able to watch the entire thing completely live. We'll cover the rate hike as soon as it gets announced. And you'll also see the stock market reaction, explain everything along the way, the Fed's tone, all that good stuff. So hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Love you all, and we'll see you guys later. Have a good day, team.